intention of justice is to see that the guilty people are proven guilty and that the innocent are freed. Only we have a problem here.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are taking a look at this case from a psychological perspective.
Fun. Everybody was having a good time.
Does Brian Albert strike you as the kind of guy who is always having fun? No. And here's a news flash for this judge. Mental health professionals have solutions. Because that's the moment for him when he really started to believe that his mother was involved. Right? Closes his eyes because he's now remembering there is a huge psychological component to what was going on here. And according to this group, Brian Albert Jr. gets like the most celebrated birthday hour of anybody ever. Like every 30 seconds, someone's like, happy birthday! Right? She's trying to lump Colin into that earlier group. Did you take the time, Matt Murphy? On every level that a person could be between incompetence and stupidity, Michael Proctor wins the award. Oh my God. It's not like his 21st birthday.
He's literally making the case for why he was terminated. He's sitting there in front of his parents having text messages.
Definitely someone should give you a gun and a badge.
Horrible text messages read back as if he's the aggrieved party.
Hold on. Have each of you been called murderers?
Who wants to be the one to give Matt the bad news? The dog didn't alert. I don't know where the dog was. I didn't hear any barking. Her name is Sunny. She was named after Santino Corleone. Here's Sunny. Say hi, everybody. There's my Sunny. Hello. That's my Sunny. Sunny barks if you walk by my window and sneeze. You're not really going to deny this, are you?
Liaison between the DAs, so that as we go along, we would know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say.
I don't know where the dog was. He doesn't understand why Karen wouldn't want to be with his family. In this case, the thing he had to encourage her to do was not to testify.
You know, and Julie Albert responds to the text message from John, and she goes, "My biggest fear in life is ending up on Turtle Boy."
Stop it.
Oh, you never seen that? Oh, I gotta get you that. Let me.
No way.
Oh yeah,
That's wild.
Yeah,
no
I gotta
way.
dig that up.
But these people are terrified of him. They're absolutely terrified of him. And how do we know that? We know that from the mega motion. Just another day for me, right? Which means it was just not an ordinary day for somebody else. Just when you thought you were out, they pull you back in.
Karen Reed plots, she fabricates a conspiracy.
I am just a person who likes to understand, and when something baffles my mind, I need to know. That's going to increase the likelihood that we're going to take some action.
Here she is.
Gotcha. Okay, so your sister.
My sister Jillian, yes.
Oh, it's funny. It really.
That's why he told her to testify that. So, testify that. So, testify that. So.
How dare they?
God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Welcome. This is the I Don't Belong Here show. and I am your host, Samantha Beningo. I am a behavioral scientist, a career psychotherapist, a 6th-year PhD candidate in clinical psychology, a master's level psychologist and counselor. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday Night Live. So lots to get to tonight. You might actually hear Sunny tonight because she is barking in the background because, like I said, she does that. Probably a little bit like Chloe. I'm just guessing, but, you know, I guess we'll never know. How is everybody? Welcome, everyone. Hi, guys. It's so nice to see you all. So glad you're here. So nice to have you all to come here and talk with, right? Because today was another one of those days. I was all geared up. I actually spent the last 24 hours diving back into Brian Albert. Really all right, I'm ready to do this again. You know, you got to get psychologically in the right frame of mind to talk and think about these people. You really, really do. And so particularly Brian Albert, like Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, these are people that you got to put your gear on for, because otherwise, they can run you down and they will. So I was doing it. I was driving back from Connecticut last night. I was listening to Brian Albert's testimony, kind of, getting his indicators back into my mind, ready to go for tonight. And then between everything that happened yesterday with the Michael Proctor texts and the Walshe King / everybody else hearing, the Kelsey Fitzsimmons nightmare that continues to just trudge along, and then with this hearing today with Karen Read's cell phone, I was so upset. I got really upset today. And then I thought, okay, maybe there's a reason for this. Maybe this is all going to work out in Karen's favor somehow, because how much can one person take of this? I mean, after sitting, 2 weeks ago and listening to Karen Read have to hear them say that she was intentionally trying to harm Kaylee, listen, could you imagine having to sit there and listen to that? Oh my God. I mean, it's so painful to even just think about. And you could see her, like anybody, how much can you do this, guys? How long can you do this without it having some kind of very serious effect? I hope she has support besides her parents. I hope she has the greatest clinical psychologist working with her, because she certainly deserves it. I mean, who can do this? How can you walk through life and not worry that somebody's going to record you, or somebody's going to, turn around at any moment? There's going to be a Brian Tully, no matter where you are. You get off an airplane in Hawaii and there's Brian Tully. I mean, how do you not start to have some residual anxieties from these people? It's horrible. And then you have to listen. You have to be dragged into civil court and you have to listen to this garbage. I mean, look, say a lot. You can say anything you want about Karen Read. You can even sit here and try to give me the reasons why you think she's guilty. But here's one thing I think we could probably safely all agree. There's absolutely no world where she was intentionally trying to inflict harm upon John's niece. No world, right? So the fact that anybody even thinks that, the fact that that thought comes into one's mind, that's scary, right? That's scary. It's just so okay. So we had that, and then today, after everything and all the drama, it seems like people are telling me it's lagging. I could try, it might be me, I don't know, but I could try to plug in and maybe that'll help. If it keeps going and I keep seeing lagging in the chat, I will absolutely try to plug into the box. And we can circumvent that. I can try. Hold on. Let's see. Wait, I have the plug. It's right here. Hang on, guys. I'm here. All right. Okay. We should be better. Okay, it's not lagging. Some people say it's lagging. Either way, we have cables. StreamYard sucks. So there's no other way to say it. It just does. I don't have these problems with any other platform. It just seems like this one is not great. But if we have to restart and reset, we will do whatever we have to do. So yes, after today, I don't know if everybody saw it today. I'm sure most of you did. But today was tough because here we are again, right? We all go into it thinking the logical thing here, okay? And I'm not sure. We'll get into it. We're going to play some of it. I promise I will get to what happened. I even have some audio that I was able to kind of dig up from, just speaking to Bradel and Buzang, I think is his name, Karen's lawyer after the hearing today. Caught some clips that I'll play. The takeaway from today, and I really hope, you guys, I really hope that this isn't like, a Katherine Peters is grabbing all the garbage off of X and just like emailing it over to Tully and Morrissey. I really hope that's what this isn't. All right. I hope it's not what this isn't. but I can't help but think after reading the mega motion that that's exactly what it is. And then, right, so because it's just Karen asks for, these guys have had these phones for like, what was it, 590 days? Okay, they've had Karen's phone for 590 days. And now, and think of it this way, okay? Because as far as the world is concerned, Karen Reed, the only thing she's ever done wrong is she got an OUI. An OUI. That's what she got, an OUI. Okay, so Karen Reed, the big bad villain, has an OUI. And for some reason, it's totally okay for the Commonwealth to just decide to take her phones and go through everything, dump everything, every app, every piece of information so that they can try to find something to slam her with. Like, that's what they're doing. That is what they're doing. That's what they're asking for. And they think that's perfectly legitimate. The only problem is, like, why did they have her phone to begin with? And shouldn't they, like any other normal citizen, shouldn't they have to show cause? Because the thing is, if they can do this to her in this way, what's to stop them from going to any other person who lives in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, going into their house, taking their phone and doing exactly the same thing, which is just taking it and going through it, downloading it and looking for evidence of a crime? I don't see the difference here. I think that's the thing. I really don't see the difference here. And I can tell you, and we'll get into it, like I said, I can tell you what, according to everybody, every lawyer that I hear talking about this, so Bradel, Karen's lawyer, Buzang, Melanie, right? Melanie Little. I even got to get a little glimpse into the lawyer, and his dad tonight. Thank goodness I caught them. Even his dad, who's like a really conservative lawyer. I'm sorry, I forget his name right now. But like, even this guy who I love lawyer, dad. He's just somebody I look forward to hearing. Usually he's on like once a week, but for whatever reason, he was on with them tonight. And just going over what happened today in court. And even he was like, yeah, this is total. This does not happen anywhere. This is absolute garbage. This is unconstitutional. And this is just a fishing expedition to try to get back at her. That's what he said. Those are his words, not mine. Right? So, yeah, it's not good. It's not good. That's right. Is it George? Is that his name? I don't even know if I've ever known that. I mean, obviously I know Peter is Peter, but I don't think I've ever known Dad was George. Maybe I didn't know that. But it's bad. It's so bad. There it is. There. Thanks, Sherry. Hi, Sherry. It's bad. It's bad, you guys. So we've got a lot. We've got a lot to get to tonight, because this was crazy. This was a crazy hearing. And that, I guess today, after the two that happened yesterday, the two dramas that played out yesterday, and I definitely have got to get to the Kelsey Fitzsimmons nightmare, because Man, that is a true nightmare. Like, I'm having a hard time understanding. I'm at the point with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons drama where I'm absolutely sure that there's some kind of personal, very close relationship that's behind the judge in that case's ruling, because it's just cruel and unusual. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Then when I found out, guys, I didn't know. When I made my first video on Kelsey, I made the assumption, okay? I seriously did. I made the assumption, this is how crazy I am. I made the assumption that alcohol was in some way involved in the shooting incident, okay? I made that assumption because, of course, right? Like, why else would she be on this Scram program? But it's not anywhere in the charging stuff. There's nothing about alcohol anywhere. Apparently, this is just like good practice. So the judge in this case has taken it upon herself to decide that, Kelsey really shouldn't be drinking, even though it has nothing to do with anything. So forget about her rights. Like, forget about that whole, innocent until proven guilty thing. Like, oh, no. Right. Who cares about that? Who cares about the innocent until proven guilty thing? She just decided that she shouldn't be drinking ever, I guess. And despite the fact that there's such obvious credible medical issues. These are credible medical issues. The judge treats Kelsey, number one, like she's really like a repeat offender, like horrible criminal who is, 1 second away from being committed to the rest of her life in prison for like the third murder. Okay. So if you didn't know any better and you like just showed up and you're watching the way that this judge was interacting with Kelsey Fitzsimmons during that last hearing where she revokes bail and puts her in jail. And by the way, the jail they have her in case you didn't know, is in Chicopee, Massachusetts. It's basically as far from her county as you could get in the state, which means that it's too far for them to want to pay to make sure that she gets to all of the hearings. So she just doesn't get to go, right? Like, right? And I see people, so, and I know, like, I saw and I looked into it, and I know that in the past, right? In the past, Kelsey had issues with alcohol, or at least someone somewhere had made the claim that when she was drinking, she would get aggressive. Okay, so that's what I was able to extrapolate, that someone somewhere, although I couldn't find the legal documents where it said this, has reported that when she would drink, even before the baby, before the pregnancy, she had a tendency to get aggressive. Okay. All right. But this is a police officer. And as far as I know, in the legal system, like, you have to prove stuff. This is the way I used to think about it. Now, maybe I'm wrong, right? But the way that I used to think about like the legal system, it was like, you got to prove before you can just make assumptions and like throw out rulings. Now, I might be wrong, right? Maybe I am. Because I guess in the other thing that's very true in Massachusetts, right? And it sounds like everywhere. And I don't want to get political, but it certainly teeters on politics, right? Because you start to see how much power all these judges have to just make decisions, whether there's evidence or not, right? It's like, even in today's case with Judge Krupp, which we're going to get to. So there's a lot here. And yeah, I mean, think about it this way, right? So let's say that you're in a relationship and let's hope none of us ever have to be in this. And if we have been, that we never are again. We're in a relationship with somebody who's just a vindictive, scumbag, and who decides to start making claims against you that you're a bad parent, that you've done all these horrible things, right? Like, don't you want a judge who at least checks out whether or not those allegations are true before they start treating you like an absolute hardened criminal who belongs in prison for the rest of your life? I mean, because the fact that the drinking, that there was no alcohol related to the charges in this case, that was scary. Why would that then be the single issue that would have her bail revoked, right? I mean, look, it was very clear in this case. I'm asking a rhetorical question. I already know the answer to it because the judge in this case, in her case, Naaman, was it Catherine? Is it Catherine or Kathleen? Kathleen Naaman, and then she has a married name. I have it somewhere, but I'm sure you guys will tell me more quickly than if I looked it up. The judge in Kelsey's case. Now, apparently, there's more than one judge in Kelsey's case. So the last judge, Kathleen Naaman, and then she's got a married hyphen. She was the one who revoked the bail, and of course, her attorneys have now appealed to a higher court to try to, with an emergency order, to try to change the situation, to try to get her out as quickly as possible and set up a different situation. Because, and this was the part of the whole thing with Kelsey's case that was so deeply upsetting. Kelsey was trying to get in front of there being any problems because she could see that she was struggling to blow hard enough into this machine because of the injuries to her lungs. So she was trying to get ahead of any problems by going to the court and saying, look, like I've had these, they were like incompletes. So she had to basically, if you don't know, she was blowing into this device that automatically, sends your alcohol breathalyzer test to the court. But you have to blow for a certain duration and at a certain intensity that she wasn't able to do. So the test was coming up incomplete for like the first 2 times. And so it would like push the results back an hour. Now, if you know anything about alcohol and alcohol use disorders, this is not a significant event because if someone, alcohol stays in your system for a long time. If you have to test multiple times throughout the day, you maybe could get away with that for like a day and a half, but by the 3rd day, you're going to get caught. It's just a fact, right? So there's no way that you'd be able to time it consistently because if you're really that alcohol dependent, you can't control it to that extent anyway. So but the fact is that even, however, the person who was making the determination about whether or not she was blowing correctly into the breathalyzer had no problem and could see himself that she was really struggling. So there was nothing nefarious going on. Nobody was trying to get around the rules. They were actually trying to get in front of there being a problem, realizing that she was struggling. Like, oh shit, we don't want to keep having these, incomplete results. We want to be able to do this correctly. So they immediately try to get in front of the judge. She sees it as, I'm not even sure, a manipulation of the court in some nefarious way. Like, I don't know if she thinks Kelsey's trying to drink. I'm not sure what the situation was, but she kept harping on the fact that it had only been a few days. And it's like, well, isn't that the point? In the first few days of an order, execution of that order, wouldn't that be the time to make any possible potential corrections? Would you want to wait 2 weeks? Like, right? Do you know what I mean? So it's like, this doesn't make any sense. But it gives you an idea of how this judge thinks. Like this judge thinks everyone who comes in front of her, or at least that's what I have to assume, everyone that shows up in front of her is trying to screw her over. So she assigned intent incorrectly in this case and then ran with it and already had made up her mind about what the outcome of this hearing was going to be before they even walked in the door. It was very clear to me based on everything she said, her attitude, her sarcasm right out of the gate, that she was like, oh yeah, I'm going to show these guys. I'm going to show them. Oh, they want a hearing? Oh, okay. They want to challenge my ruling as the God of my world? Okay, we'll show them what happens when you challenge me. That's basically what it was. So the bottom line is, if this is happening in Massachusetts, right? Where else is this stuff happening? This just cannot be the way that it is. This cannot be. And the other thing, and we're going to hear it in a minute, the other thing that really upset me, you guys, really, really upset me, was the way that Bradel was treated in that hearing yesterday. So yesterday, they were supposed to have a hearing in Kelsey's case to decide, I guess, when they were going to start trial, not to see the motion the emergency motion to overrule the judge's hearing. That's not what this was. This was supposed to be just to like lay out the dates for the trial, is my understanding. If I'm wrong, somebody in the chat let me know, but that was my understanding. So the judge immediately reprimands Bradel, which we're going to see in a minute. It's pretty quick. And so the thing, though, that was very clear in addition to that, and it also was clear in the Karen Reed cases, and it will be clear in the civil trials, these judges don't like all of our eyes on them. They do not like it. And they seem to punish the defendant who brings all of our eyes on them. Like it's somehow Kelsey Fitzsimmons' fault, and she should be unfairly treated by the judge because their courtroom has people wearing purple shirts. That was something that the judge brought up, that they were angry about the purple shirts. Yeah. Shout out to Chicopee. That's where my mom was born, Chicopee. Met Western Mass in the house tonight. Welcome, Marisma. Actually, I just came from Connecticut, it's like 20 minutes from Chicopee, so on the other side. Twigs, hi Twigs. Hello, it's nice to see you. When a bracelet is part of the order for bail purposes, judges rarely will make a change to it 3 days. The bracelet is for the community. So now, but there was no bracelet, right? This wasn't that, because my understanding of the bracelet is that, so maybe there's two different devices, and I guess they maybe cost different amounts. So there's the Scram device. The original Scram device was an actual, like a bracelet or an anklet or something, where it was a skin test, right? But that, I guess, could, if you were like a medical professional or you come into contact with rubbing alcohol a lot, to me, that sounds like in this case, I'm not so sure. I believe that it would be a significant problem. But anyway, in that case, she would have a bracelet where it takes like every however so often, like a sweat test of your alcohol level. So that was like the original Scram device. Then Scram used to have a fight, I guess, like its competitor was SoberLink. And I'm not sure if Scram purchased SoberLink or if Scram made its own version of SoberLink. And I think it's just maybe less expensive. I actually, believe it or not, I have a SoberLink here. I don't even know how I got it, just from working in the field. I ended up with one. I have all those things. I have urine, I've got all that stuff. Some of the hardware here, even though it's not hooked up to anything. So I get that, but the whole point is, if there is a problem, right? So think of it this way, like if you know that you're going to get in trouble because of some medical condition that's preempting you from being able to pass the tests, the first thing you'd want to do is get ahead of it. And I think that's what they were trying to do, not to immediately try to defy the judge or make her life harder or anything of this sort, right? So, it's just a disgrace. Like, what's with this insane rigidity? And this is a police officer. It's pretty ironic because on the other side, 2 counties south, you have the DA's office behaving like they can do whatever they want to Karen Reed for the rest of their life because they believe, rightfully or wrongfully, that she murdered a police officer. But for some reason, 2 counties north, a police officer who was shot by her colleagues is treated like the worst, most hardened criminal the world has ever known. And oh yeah, alcohol wasn't even a part of the alleged crime. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the part that I can't get past. If she was drinking when this all happened, that was the reason I assumed that is because that's the only way that it made sense. The only way it made sense. Then I found out that it wasn't a part of this incident. And it's like, wait a minute, this is just nuts. This is just, it doesn't make sense. That's why. It It's nuts. It's nuts. It's nuts. Yeah, it's nuts. Now, look, again, if she has a substance use disorder, if she has an alcohol use disorder, judge, awesome. Don't you think like mandating some form of treatment might be a better, just an idea? I'm just saying, if this is an alcohol abuse problem situation, as we might all guess it would be, given that she's mandating scram or whatever, right? Well, no matter what the device is, don't you think the best thing to do then would be to like get her some help for it? I mean, it's crazy. It is crazy. Yeah, it definitely does have something to do with her fiance. Now, I don't want to get I do have in my email somewhere, but I don't want to go digging in it what the relationship is. But there is a relationship between the judge and her fiance. It's a distant relationship, maybe like an in-law relationship, but I do believe there is one. Because look, these towns, you guys, these are small communities where everybody knows everybody, right? I grew up for a while through high school. I lived in a community very similar on the west side of Massachusetts. So I get it. I get the small town vibe, 220 kids in your high school and you know everybody and they're like the same 10 families, in every grade with every class. It's like, yeah, we all, at least those of us that grow up in a similar situation, I think we do have a sense of what that looks like. And I think that's what this is also with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case, just like with the Karen Reed case. And the problem and the reason why, I'm going right back to it, the Karen Reed situation, if I had to pick, besides alcohol, which is really the main culprit in all of those of the events of that night, but if I could go back and sort of point to one thing that I would change, it would be that anybody, so like Michael Proctor is not the world's smartest guy, very clearly. But if you have any kind of a relationship at all, anywhere, with one of the people, one of the quote witnesses in the case, right? And he also happens to be a fellow cop, whoever that was, it probably wouldn't have mattered who the cop was, because it would have taken somebody with such a backbone and such a degree of integrity that probably doesn't exist in Norfolk County, not with any of the cops. Because as we learned, and I think Aidan brought this up when he was with us, but I've heard this recently from other cops too, and it helps it make sense, right? Because cops don't even consider the possibility that other cops could be responsible for the death of do anything illegal. Like cops don't want to at all look at another cop and say, oh, they're guilty of this. And because of that idea just doesn't come into their mind, right? So the problem here, when you have somebody like Proctor, and by the way, remember something really important, because remember, I've told you, I've been going down the Brian Albert road recently, like I've been in the Brian Albert land, and Twigs, I missed your first one there. I'm sorry. Oh, you used to do monitoring for the courts? Sorry, I got distracted. That's it. That's an interesting job. Is that like a probation officer? Is that what we're talking about? I mean, look, I think that can be actually a really rewarding job depending on you and your style and who you're working with, right? Because you can do good. Like, I mean, maybe it's not the majority of people who are coming out of prison, but there's good to be had in those jobs. You do see success. I mean, you do, right? And when you do, it's good. Like, it's a positive thing, right? It's a beautiful thing. Because people do get better, right? Particularly if their substance abuse is the reason why they went in to begin with, whether it's jail or prison. But yeah, when I was going back and into the, Brian Albert stuff, Brian Albert goes to Jennifer McCabe's house. Now, when Michael Proctor calls Jennifer McCabe after he goes, so how this all goes down. January 29th, 2022. Proctor and Buchanan have to dig themselves out of their driveways, resign to the fact that they have to get up and investigate this, because the first thing that Proctor says is like, no effing way, I'm not going out in a blizzard, right? This is an accident. Then everybody realizes that it was a police officer on another police officer's lawn, and all of a sudden they're inspired to, shovel themselves out. So he shows up, they show up, they meet up at the Canton PD, they talk to Officer Good and probably Lank. And the first thing they do is they call Jen McCabe, because that's who they were going to talk to. They wanted to speak to Jen. At the time, Jennifer McCabe, I believe, is still at the Alberts house, still at 34 Fairview. And she says, but I got to go home because my kids are getting up. Will you meet me there? And so they say, fine. And then they head over to the McCabe's home. But interestingly, Brian Albert goes. Now, what in God's name would Brian Albert need to be doing at the McCabe residence when Michael Proctor got there? Like, let's assume what they're saying is true, which obviously we know it isn't, but let's pretend for a second that we believe them and they're just innocent. They're just normal moms, right? We're just normal. So if you're innocent, what did you need your big bad, like fancy decorated, infamous Boston police officer, veteran, former Marine brother-in-law? Why did you need him to be at this interview with the cop, the lead investigator in this case? If you didn't do anything, like, right? So, right? So then, and we're going to go, I promise we will get to this at some point. If not today, we're going to get there. We will get to it. So then Brian Albert is asked about this, right? And then, it's funny about these people. You can give them every benefit of the doubt in the world. I swear to God, you can. You can give them every benefit of the doubt. And you can even make up reasons in your head like, well, okay, maybe he went because she was scared and, whatever, it was cheaper than a lawyer. I don't know. But he then says, when asked why he was there, he's like, well, she's like my baby sister. And so, I just wanted to be there to comfort her. And you're like, what? Wait a minute. So Brian Albert, you're not there. You're not actually there because Michael Proctor is showing up. Are you trying to tell us that you would have been there whether Michael Proctor was coming to speak with Jen McCabe that morning or not? Because that's what he's insinuating. Like, oh, I was just going to make sure they were okay and just to be there for her. Because, I've known her since she was 6 or 7 and she's like my little sister. It's like, or you wanted to be there to control the message to make sure that you heard everything she says to the lead investigator investigating the case, right? That's the much more obvious and like clear intention on his part. I mean, it's not even, of course, that's what he was doing there. Then he lies and says he was somewhere else. He says he was upstairs when he wasn't. And how do we know? Because we know we have all of his indicators. So we know exactly it's very clear. It's not even hard. Like, you think that he's so skilled at manipulation, but actually he's just like everybody else. He's just like everybody else. Sherry, thank you for gifting a membership. You are the best. Yes. So what are we going to do? So the first thing I want to do, let's go back. For those of you that missed yesterday, we'll go back to yesterday. We'll check out the two sort of incidents that happened. We'll start with what happened first, which was the Kelsey Fitzsimmons morning episode. Just so because you have to hear it. If you haven't heard it, you have to. It's shocking. And so it's like, how could this be? Like, how is this happening? Every single time you think, oh, yeah, it was a one-off, or I don't know, but it seems like the Constitution is just flat dead in Massachusetts, and it's really upsetting, right? It's really upsetting. So anyway, so we'll start with that, and then we'll see kind of how things unfold, because yeah, yeah. Oh wait, I see somebody saying, Samantha, don't you find it funny that Julie Nagel knew there was a door to the main door to the garage, and oh my God, that's one of my favorite moments across both trials is when she's like, oh my God, there's a door. You're like, I mean, and I heard it in real time. And I was like, did anybody else just catch that? Like, I expected the whole world to stop and, like, in the courtroom, people to start looking at each other like, did you just hear what she said? But it didn't happen, right? So then I'm like, all right, maybe I'm crazy and I just didn't hear that right. But oh, it's like one of the greatest moments in the whole trial. You're like, uh, you don't, you've been to your, how many years have you known? You've known Brian Albert since you're 7, which means you've probably been to that house before your sister ever lived there. Your sister lived there for how long? How many times have you been to that house and you didn't know there was a door on the garage? No. It's almost like when she defends, I mean, Jennifer McCabe is it's so egregious. It's funny. Like when she tries to tell us that the reason that she didn't tell the 911 people that he was a police officer, the reason she didn't go into the house, like the reason for all of that is because the fastest way to get him help was to just say the basics, which was his name. Okay. That makes sense. No, definitely. And, there's Carrie Roberts screaming, the one thing, if I could ask Carrie Roberts anything, there'd be a lot of things I'd like to ask Carrie, because I feel like, she's got a front row seat. I mean, she's apparently best friends with Jennifer McCabe. And I'd like to ask her, like, have you ever asked your best friend, Jen, like, why didn't you go into the house to get blankets when I was saying there's blankets in the car and the front door wasn't locked? Like, you've never asked her, why didn't you just go in the house right there and get no? It's a very small front lawn, everybody. It's not, the car was probably just as far away from where they were standing with the body as the front door. Okay. The front door that she goes in, the door she goes in to the house. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Yep. Yes. I have no doubt that this is true, Andrea. Absolutely. Your 3-year-old does make better excuses than Jen. Absolutely. It's so egregious. And even the thing about these guys, even when they have time to coordinate their statements, even when they have time, they cannot get it right. And that to me is like even more bizarre, right? You've got like Caitlin and her mom are like, right? You've got Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, according to Caitlin, are in the living room looking at pictures of her brother in the Marines. You got Brian Albert has him and Higgins upstairs in his son's room looking at pictures of him in the Marines. We even got Brian Higgins talking about how much pride Brian Albert feels from that experience. But, oh no, sorry. You have Nicole saying that they're looking at pictures of Brian Sr. in his Marine uniform in the family room. Like, everybody's story is different. It's so bizarre, right? It's so bizarre. It's like, wait, at no time, it sort of does speak to the like dysfunction in the house, though, right? Speaks to the dysfunction in this group, that the group never got together and sat down and said, hey guys, maybe we should stop and sit together and think about what our stories are going to be before we testify in front of the world, an actual recorded like testimony. Oh my God, it's so bad. Okay, so I'm going to bring up, let's get this going. I am going to bring up, let me remove this guy, remove from the studio. Okay, this is quick. We'll bring it up, we'll take a listen, and then I'll hear from you guys, and we'll see what happens.
Yep, we have to come off first. Hello, Your Honor. Timothy Brady.
All right, so before things happen right away in this audio, so I want to make sure that you know to listen for it because it's going to come really fast. And this is the Salem court. This is the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. And this was on the docket to be a phone-in meeting. And Bradel had been emailed with that direct instruction. And I'm telling you that on the front end so that you understand when you hear this, what's going on. Okay, so here we go.
Yeah, we have to come off first. Hello, Your Honor. Timothy Bradel for Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Why are you not here? I'm sorry, Your Honor? Why are you not here? I was told that it was a phone conference. Who told you that? That was my impression from the list, Your Honor. Well, the problem is that this case has tied up our phone lines, created technical problems this morning, the overcapacity. So it's a little bit, it's delayed our proceedings this morning, and it's caused an administrative problem that we've been unable to resolve, and the noise in the background isn't helping any. So there's a group of people here interested in the case, which is fine, but you're not here, and the people calling in are tying up our phone line to the best of our ability and the capacity, which I have no control over. So we're in. Nor do I, Your Honor. I'm sorry about that, but I had the impression, I guess, that it was a phone hearing. Well, okay. First thing I want to do today is talk about setting a trial date, because this case is, as demonstrated by this morning, is over our capacity, testing our capacity to address it on the phone line, and the noise in the background is interfering with my ability. The conference is now in silent mode. The conference is now in silent mode.
I've never heard that. I don't.
The conference is now in silent mode. Right. Okay, Mr. Bradel, if you can hear me, you need to get up here.
All right. Now, the whole thing gets, kind of fixed pretty quickly. Sorry, I took away the wrong thing. That's how the whole thing starts. So it starts off, the judge is clearly immediately all over Bradel. Why aren't you here? Why aren't you in person? The irony of that is Bradel wanted it to be in person, but he was told that it was not even a Zoom meeting, but a call-in meeting. Now, apparently the call-in line was only outfitted for 10 people to join, and that's why it kept jamming. And then nobody was muted, so people were jumping on, and you can hear certain people like, yay, I got in. And, you hear all this background sounds. The judge was getting even more upset about that, right? And you could see, because eventually they work it out. The judge learns that Bradel was not the one in the wrong. He's able to jump on. I guess they fix the technical problem is really what happens, right? They outfit their call-in line for more people so that it doesn't keep breaking or whatever. And then they have the hearing. But the judge makes a point on a number of occasions to complain about the interest. And in fact, he's like, I want to have this trial next week. Let's just get it over with. Like next week. Can we do it next week? Because it seems like he's eager to, like, hot potato, like, get this and get it away from me as quickly as possible. And I know that one of the things I think that really pissed off Judge Kearney, going all the way back to the very beginning, was exactly that. She saw that, from her view, she saw Alan Jackson as directly responsible for leaking all this stuff to the media and for making like a mockery of the courtroom. And we see similar, or evidence of sort of similar vibes in the Aidan Kearney cases as well, right? He's got a few of them. So, right. So what I think is starting to become a very clear pattern here is that these judges don't like all of our eyes on them. And makes me think that like we should all have our eyes on all of them. Like it's like, wait a minute, this shouldn't be a one-off. You shouldn't be feeling compelled to behave like a normal person with integrity only when there's public interest. Like, shouldn't you be compelled to that same behavior whether there's eyes on you or not? Right? It's like, do we have to start treating like judges, court cases, routine court matters, like reality television to get judges to behave like normal human beings that don't just wave their power around because they have it and they can? Oh, it's really, really upsetting. It's so upsetting. It's so upsetting. So that happened. And just so you know, nothing really happens after that. Nothing happens. The judge essentially tries to rush to trial. And Bradel's like, yeah, I'm not sure we're going to be ready for that. Everybody tries to kind of slow him down. And I think they end up putting some dates on the docket. I want to say maybe late November, but I think Bradel even asks for December. So, nothing really happens the rest of that hearing. But the action, the things that were the most important, the way that Bradel was mistreated right out of the gate. Then the judge not only complaining about the call-in line, but I guess there were people in the courtroom with purple t-shirts. And that was something that he found to be off-putting. And again, he calms down because he finds out that his court was in the wrong, not Bradel. He finds out that the clerk or whoever sent him the information that it was supposed to be a call-in meeting. So he eventually starts kind of kissing his ass by the end of the call. However, you can see that it's the same pattern of behavior where these judges, they don't like to have eyes on them. Well, shouldn't you have eyes on you? Or shouldn't you just kind of like assume that eyes are on you all the time? Like, right? Should this really be something that affects your behavior? Oh my God. It's so upsetting. Okay, so that was the first thing that happened yesterday. Then it turns out, wait till you see this. So this is another one. This is super fun. So let me see if I have this here. I think I have to bring this up. I got to bring this up from a link. All right. So now we're going to go to the afternoon incident yesterday. And this is the one about the Proctor text messages. Now, where we left off before this, remember the prosecutor's office was, basically just stalling. And there is a destruction date of October 20th. So, and remember the Walshe case is starting like next week. Starts that same week, right? I think the Walshe case, doesn't the trial start like the 22nd or something? So that's coming also, right? And so that means, right, there's more discovery that certainly hasn't been turned over. What a surprise, because we know how much the Norfolk County loves justice. So let's see where we are at in that hearing. I'm pull that up now. Share screen. Here we go. Okay. Also, yeah. Okay.
Attorney Crusty Jr. on behalf of Mr. De Los Santos.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Here's my speech on behalf of Mr. King and Mr. Johnson, who is here, and I expect in the courtroom.
It's like 6 defendants.
Hello on Zoom.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Joseph Patel on behalf of Bianca Ciancio.
Okay, let's just give it a minute until the two defendants in custody get into the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right, and that's the attorney for Brian Walshe right there. And I'm not sure who she is, but that's who he is, right? We sure do, Amy.
Support this, Mr. Pimpton. Do you folks have a trial date?
We sure do.
We have an October 27th.
27. It's contingent now, I understand.
Contingent.
Okay.
All right, so that's the Walshe trial date, October 27. This is interesting. Man, I really hope that we get to see what's on these phones. What's on his phone about these guys. Don't you want to know what Proctor said about the rest of all these people? I mean, come on. Just for entertainment purposes.
We just had the lawyers introduce themselves, but beyond that, we didn't do any business before you folks got into the courtroom. So, Ms. Beatty, what's the current status?
I'm able to report that I believe that we have an agreement with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and that after our review, there are materials that we would like to produce in discovery that requires Judge Casper to act. And it's my understanding that they have or will be moving for that disclosure, permission for that.
So wait a minute, let's review that. So we have stuff that we found for discovery. We found discoverable stuff on his phone. Is anybody surprised? Did we think that Karen Reed was the only person that Michael Proctor ever spoke in whatever way you would categorize his speech around Karen Reed? I don't even know how to call that. What do you even say? I mean, despicably, like a scumbag? I don't even know. I mean, my issues with Proctor have always been the same. He was a product of his environment. To me, Michael Proctor was the fall guy, like the not like a court gesture, but like a product of the system that he was in. He just was like the little spokesperson for everybody, and everybody greenlit it, right? You have Buchanan loves Proctor. Okay. Buchanan loves Proctor. Basically, Buchanan was on the stand in this second trial for 3 days. Okay. I think, was he on the stand more than anybody else throughout the entire trial? It might have been. He might actually have more testimony than any other person across the Karen Reed trials, right? 3 full days. I mean, he's close. He's on the list. And the entire time, the only consistent thread is he will do anything he has to protect Michael Proctor. Anything he has to. The entire testimony, to their own peril, to the point where he's so defensive that the jury was like, something is wrong here. Like, he sent off red flags more than Proctor probably would have himself had he testified for himself. Because that's how defended Yuri Buchanan was of Michael Proctor, right? So these guys were having like a love fest in this. The cops in the Massachusetts State Police that were in the DA's office, you wonder, is this the way it is in every DA's office across the state? Do they all have like their little goons team? Does every DA's office have a team of Massachusetts State goons that they like send out as their henchmen? Because that's what this feels a lot like. And it just, something about this feels like very wrong, right? Feels like a very big hole in the system. That's like a big hole, right? It seems like it's such a ripe environment for injustice. And these guys are just we're supposed to just trust that they're always doing the right thing. The system is set up so that the DA is the one with integrity. And now I want you to keep in mind, we're talking about Michael Morrissey, who has none at all. There's no integrity. The word is like foreign to this man. Okay. So, but the system is set up that's like the prosecutor. It's like the guy from Law and Order, right? Well, like the prosecutors from Law and Order, where they would have these like philosophical conversations about the bad guys and whether to charge. And, it's like it's absurd because that's clearly not happening in the office of Michael Morrissey. And certainly like Adam Lally is not sitting around with Michael Morrissey having those kinds of discussions. I can absolutely promise you that. So like that's the guy who we're supposed to trust is doing the right thing, and then has this group of like moron imbecile cops who are like, Morrissey's got Brian Tully on every email that he sends, every email. It's like he sends his bulldog to go do his dirty work for him. That's the whole thing. And if you believe that Brian Tully is not still in that position, he's still in that. There's no doubt in my mind. They may say that Brian Tully operates out of a non-disclosed office somewhere, but the only office that he's continuing to work out of is Michael Morrissey's, without a doubt. There's no question. So anyway, the point of this is that they found stuff on his phone. What a surprise. Oh my God. So let's hear what else she has to say. Are we going to ever find out what it is?
Disclosure in front of Judge Casper. Other than that, I can't give you an update on the timing, but certainly this office and the U.S. Attorney's Office are anxious to resolve this sooner rather than later. And so I'd ask for another week or two.
Okay.
Your Honor, I feel like this is just the same argument that we have every single time.
The same argument. They're making progress. We're making progress. In a couple of weeks, hopefully, this will be fully resolved.
I understand, Judge.
With an approval, with an order from Judge Casper authorizing the U.S. Attorney's Office to authorize the DA's office to turn over what they believe to be
Understood, Judge. My concern is that it's the 7th of October. A couple of weeks is going to bring us right up against that 20th destruction date. I'm not due to come back here until the 23rd on a bail argument for Mr. Johnson. So I don't know what that does to the destruction order. When I had a conversation with the Commonwealth this morning, I asked them whether or not they were going to seek additional time because I'm very concerned about the destruction order. And they indicated they didn't think they needed it. But if they're asking for 2 weeks, Judge, it's right up against the 20th. And I don't know what we do about that.
What do you think we do about that? Pretty basic.
I've consistently reported to the court and counsel that we will not destroy or return prior to coming back before this court. So we can come back to court on the 17th, but I think it makes more sense to come back on the 20th.
Because we all trust them, right? We all trust the prosecutor's office to do the right thing and not destroy the phones, especially now that we know there's evidence that could be important to all these people's cases.
20th, but either is fine with me.
Judge, I can't be here on the 20th. I'm starting a trial. Well, I'm on trial in Suffolk right now.
Wait a minute. Is this guy in the background the one that was working with Hank Brennan on the Whitey Bulger case? Is that who that is? Do you see this guy here? Is this the guy? I think it is. You are absolutely right. J. Marman United fan 76. Tully is to Morrissey as Sammy DeBull was to Gotti. That's so true. I think I liked Sammy DeBull better, but yes, you are correct. So wait, this guy right here though, I don't know why he's there, but doesn't that guy look a lot like the one Brennan worked with on the, I wonder if that is him. I don't know. It looks a lot like him. I have no idea what this group over here. This is the Karen Reed courtroom, right? I think it is. Is this the Karen Reed courtroom? Yeah, that's the Karen Reed courtroom. It's so small. Okay, let's hear how they finish this up here.
In front of Judge Halal, so I won't be available on the 20th. We think this case will probably go to the jury on the 22nd. Or the morning of the 23rd, and we're already back here on the 23rd. But I don't want to hold anyone else up. Everyone else somebody can stand in for me, I'm assuming. I'm just worried about the 20th.
I'm here on the 20th, Judge, if I might, so I could certainly stand in and represent the extent that I can, our interests.
Of course, you guys probably
regarding
recognize
this
that
issue.
guy,
I
right?
also calendared for the 23rd, so I can be here on both dates, but the 20th, I think,
This freaking guy.
coincides with the date of
Oh my
the
God.
order, so I think it makes sense to bump my date from the 23rd to the 20th, so that we have someone here on that day.
That makes sense. Put it on for the 20th?
It would have to be at 2 because the sentence appeals are in the morning.
Okay. 2 would be fine.
I'm here at 2 on that day.
Okay. And that's a week before Walshe is supposed to begin, at least contingently.
So basically, they're going to come back on the 20th, which is the day that they're supposed to, destroy Proctor's phone or ability to use the phone or whatever it is. So that, are you asking about Crusty? Joseph Crofsky? This guy here, he's representing one of the people that are interested in Michael Proctor's cell phone. So this group of lawyers here, they all have an investment because Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on their cases. And there's a lot of them. I don't think I could count even like Rosemary Scapiccio. She's got 2 cases in front that also had Michael Proctor. Walsh's lawyer, I think he also maybe has 2. Crusty has 1. There's 3 other attorneys there that also have cases. Some of them have 2 defendants. So there's probably like 10 people total that are in this room as defendants because Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on their cases. And in his phone, as the prosecutor is now telling us, there's stuff. Now, we don't know what, we don't know how incriminating, but there's stuff that is discoverable, meaning that it's in the best interest of these guys to know what their lead investigator was saying about them. So we'll see if the prosecutor does the right thing. I mean, trusting this prosecutor's office to do the right thing is very, very tough. Very, very tough. Yeah. I think that the lawyer in the back, that must be other cases that are on the docket, maybe for after this. That's my guess, because most courtrooms, they see people all day, and this is a small courtroom. So my guess is they just have the people that are coming up on the docket waiting in the back. That's my guess. I don't know. Luckily, thank God, knock on wood, I've never had a lot of run-ins. I have been picked for jury duty, and they just keep wanting me back. That's the only thing about jury duty. You do it once. They say that you don't have to come back for 7 years, but they never leave you alone. They want you on a jury for the rest of your life. It's like, I think I have a warrant out because I'm supposed to be on a jury, and I just keep blowing it off. So I don't know a lot about the legal system, which is good. It's better that way. Being in a box never appealed to me enough that I was smart enough to never get myself into legal trouble. That's the truth. Welcome. We have a new member. I'm trying to find my way to you, new members. Welcome all our new members. I will get to you, I promise. So I think there's nothing else of like super significance. There we go. Hello, member for 1 month. So I don't think there's anything else of significance. Basically, they just pick, a time to come back and revisit this again because, once again, the prosecutor's not ready for this hearing. I mean, this has been the story the whole time. And you see, the one thing I would say that's maybe the most important is that Rosemary Scapiccio is very, very frustrated by all of this because, of course, it's the same shit over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. God, it's so annoying. Steven, you did jury duty. Yeah, did you? Did you get a good jury? Mine was like, they settled. They dragged us in. We ended up going for a week, and it was a personal injury case. And right when we would have gone to actually, what's the word I'm looking for? When we would all come together and have the discussion. What is that called? Why am I blanking on the word? Somebody help me with the word. Right before we would have, actually, that's not true. I'm lying a little bit. I don't know that the defense had finished their case, but we probably had like one more day left and they settled the case. Deliberate. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, right when we were going to go to deliberate, but we did. We had about a day before deliberation, but they settled. Listen, jury duty is fine, but like I've been called for grand jury duty and I know I'm going to get picked. I mean, when you go to jury duty, just so you know, in New York City, you actually do go to like the Law and Order building. So if you live in Manhattan, the building, when you see the Law and Order opening theme and it has the big steps and they're all like walking up and down the steps. In fact, true story, I had to move my car last week because they were filming on my block, which they do. It's actually really annoying because you get a parking spot, you don't want to have to move it, but they were filming, I guess, Law and Order last week here. So it's really close. I live close to the courthouse, but it is actually, that is the courthouse that you go to for jury duty. And you get into this big room and it's like 300 people and you just sit there and you wait. And most of the time you don't get called. Everybody just stays till noon and then they let everybody go. And of course, I'm there at the time when the 20 of us that they actually call into a room, I am in that pile of 20 and I'm sure it'll happen again. And I will be in that same pile of 20. That's why I don't want to go. I mean, because I'm afraid they're going to keep bringing me back forever. It's terrible. Okay. So bottom line here, what's the takeaway is hopefully the prosecutor's office actually does the right thing, actually comes back with discovery and gives these people, these defendants, what they deserve, which is insight into what is in Michael Proctor's phone, what was in his text messages that might actually be useful for them. Could be exculpatory. We don't know. Would you put it past Proctor? I mean, at the very least, I'm sure it shows some kind of horrible bias because he's just a horrible human being and just a total moron. But to what degree? Who knows? Probably not good, though. I'm guessing. I'm just guessing. Guessing is probably not good. And you know what's funny about this prosecutor? Now, I tried to find her name for this discussion tonight, and I couldn't. So I'm sure some of you know what the name of that prosecutor is. The funny thing about her, she seems like a female version of Adam Lally to me. Now, I don't know if I'm, reaching there, but she does. She kind of seems like the female version of Adam Lally, just kind of like soft and meek and, the glasses, the whole thing. She has the same kind of vibe. So we'll see. All right. So that is the morning. That's the afternoon yesterday in the Walshe King / 10 other people case about Proctor's text. Now, remember, by the way, Proctor has the second half, the last 2 days of his, appeal for his job at the end of October. I think it's like 22nd, 23rd. I think I have to double 21st, 22nd. It's sometime in the 20s. We have Proctor's second half of his appeal. They run it like a trial. I'm not exactly sure what you call it, appeal board. It was interesting because when I watched most of it on fast, on high speed, but I watched most of it. And I got the sense that I got nervous watching it because I felt like, my God, is there a chance that he might actually get his job back? It was scary to me because the whole group is just, the incompetence is like not just specific to Michael Proctor. It's like the entire Massachusetts State Police. And so it was scary listening to it. But from talking to Nan Gallagher, she was very confident that there's no way he's getting his job back, that there were already indications by the person who's overseeing that appeal board that it's very unlikely. And so I'm going to put my faith in her because it's very hard for me, but it's like, do you put anything past these people? You just can't, right? You can't. All right. So first let's go back to today. So we're going to get up to speed I'll start with today, and then we can maybe go back a little bit because I want to also show you some of the footage from after, where the attorneys spoke to the media after today. Today was really upsetting. It wasn't as bad as the civil trial, I will give it that, but it was upsetting. A lot of injustice. So let me pull it up here. All right. Stop screen. Okay. What does that mean? Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to use this. Here we go. All right. On to our today's case. Hold on.
Twenty-four SW0004.
All right. I'm going to rewind it. Sorry, you guys. I
Good
had a
afternoon, Your Honor. I'm
dog
Robert
emergency.
Cosgrove for the Commonwealth.
Okay, Mr. Cosgrove.
Okay.
Hello, Your Honor. Timothy Bradle from Mr. Kearney. Good to be with you. Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Steve Buzang on behalf of Ms. Reed.
All right, let's deal with Mr. Buzang's matter.
All right. So wait a second. Before we get into this, let me just explain a few things. So you see Aidan's there. This is Aidan's case. This is a very strange story. This is a very strange situation. So this is Aidan's case, but he doesn't really have any claim to this discussion because it has nothing to do with him directly, right? It's his case, technically, because the reason that the state initially confiscated Karen's phone or phones was by order of this judge, by the way, Judge Krupp, in order to, I guess, originally determine whether, and this is the part that's confusing because they never did anything with the phones. So the original reason that they confiscated the phone was, I guess, to see whether she and Aidan were colluding to intimidate witnesses. However, the Commonwealth, I guess, brought that case to the grand jury, although they did not bring, see, in my mind, because I'm thinking like a normal, like logical person. So you assume, of course, like I did, that they confiscated the phones, then took the evidence from the phones and went to the grand jury to say, see, look, they're colluding, but that's not what they did. They did not actually bring any evidence in front of the grand jury. It was just Brian Tully saying, yes, they colluded. And of course, there was no evidence. And so, you know, even though it's like 1 in a million that a prosecutor's office brings a case in front of a grand jury and they don't indict, they didn't indict. And that shows you how little evidence they had in this case, right? So from the start, there's no evidence at all. I just want to be very clear. There's no evidence at all that Karen and Aidan, or that Karen was using Aidan as like her, I don't know, whatever, go between to intimidate the McAlberts. I mean, it's absurd. It's so absurd. It's like, it's the most absurd thing in the whole world, right? Because Aidan, by the way, is a journalist. And whether you like him or not, he actually was a journalist. And this is the part that's, this just, it never ends, you guys. But it's so frustrating to think about, right? Because you guys heard, and I'm sure most of you probably heard when I spoke to Aidan last week, what was very clear to me, he was already established as a local person, a local journalist, a local like burden holder of justice for the local people. Like the McAlberts and John O'Keefe himself knew who Turtle Boy was sending stories from Turtle Boy to the Alberts, right? And that's when Julie writes back, and oh my God, my biggest fear in life is that, you know, I'm on Turtle Boy. So he was a journalist. They knew who he was. They know he's a journalist. They know he has a platform. You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing is, it's just all very, very bullshit. It really, really is. So anyway, so the reason that we're here is because one might argue. So, okay, the reason why we're here, Steve Boozang, the guy on Bradle's left, is Karen's lawyer and representing her in this motion. He put in, remember to get the car and the phones back, which she's been trying to get back now for a year. Remember, this phone, just so you know, Karen's 2 phones were confiscated in January of 2024. January of 2024. And in case you're not sure where we are in time, it's October 8th, 2025. Okay, so you can do the math there. We're almost 2 years without these phones. So they put in a motion to get the phones. And in fact, the court ordered to give them back. Okay. But that's when the Commonwealth decided that they wanted to go back to the grand jury and try again, even though they had no evidence the first time. Now, one might argue that some of the recent drama, just a theory, I have no evidence of this, but this is where, like, the drama that's been playing out over the last week that all of us are aware of, this is where it could really hurt Karen, right? Hurt her bad, really bad, because we all have heard, right, what Karen was saying on the recording with Aidan. We've all heard it. I don't want to play it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. But if you were the Commonwealth, what would that make you want to do? If you were the Commonwealth, what does it make you want to do? First thing, right? And how quickly do you think Crusty Panties heard that audio and sent it to Brian Tully? Right? How long? What do you think the time lag was? The same, probably by the time we heard it collectively, wherever you were when you heard that sound. Some of us were together, because I know some of us, we were doing our Sunday call 2 Sundays ago, right? When it all happened, like it happened in real time when we were on that call. So if you're not sure what I'm talking about, somebody in the chat will bring you up to speed. So, okay, let's see. KPT is saying, I've not heard that recording. There's a recording, KPT. It's on X. You can find it there. But there's a recording that is of Karen. You could probably Google Karen and Aidan, recording. There's a recording of the 2 of them talking. It's very quick. It's like a 10-second, maybe 20 seconds. I'm not sure at this point. But it's a recording of them talking. Karen's upset at Aidan because of the situation with the phones. Okay, because they confiscated her phones, basically. I don't know how else to say it. But in that recording, one of the things that she says is there's a lot of shit on the phone. That's basically it. There's shit on that phone. This is what she tells Aidan. But she's a little bit more excited than I am in saying that. And so, of course, if you are one of the prosecutors, if you are a cop or investigator in this case, and you know that you've got Karen's phones just sitting there, nobody's downloaded them, nobody's listened to them, nobody's tried to get into them, they're just sitting there. Wouldn't you want to go back through them? So that's what they are doing. They are trying to get the judge, this is what we're about to watch, sign off on letting the Massachusetts State Police, through an allegedly like a third arbiter party, like some neutral party, which how much do you trust the neutral body and to do this? To go through everything on her phone, everything, basically. And essentially to look for evidence of her doing something criminal. That's what it's all about. It's about her doing something criminal. They never downloaded the phone in the first place. Yes. Yep. Yeah, they didn't. They didn't. That's the whole thing. They didn't download the phone in the first place. So now that's what I'm saying. So, because that's what I was saying, LS, like one would think, because these guys went to a grand jury, right? And one would think that they brought actual evidence, like, let's say, text messages between Karen and Aidan. But apparently they didn't, because they never downloaded the text messages from Karen's phone. Now, it's hard not to conflate. You don't want to conflate Karen's phone with her trial from this situation, because they're separate things, right? Like, remember, Michael Proctor was going through her phone looking for nudes, remember? So that's like a different thing. That's not this. This is something else. This was for Aidan's case. And what they're doing now is they're saying, oh, we want to go through and look for text messages for Aidan's case, but that's not what they're really doing. What they're really doing is going through to try to find anything they can on her. That's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to do. I mean, they're not even really trying to hide it. And so, but you're going to hear it. You'll hear it from them. You don't have to take my word for it, because this is the actual things. This is what happened in court today. It's so unimaginable it's like, I wish I was saying that and it wasn't what's really happened in court today, but it actually is what really happened in court today. It's very upsetting. Okay. So here we go. I will start playing it. And I believe that Sherry is bringing everybody up to speed in the chat on what happened with the whole thing, the voice messages that I was just referencing.
I'm not sure that it's necessarily, well, I guess it's denominated 24SW0004.
It really is.
It really is a request for setting a set of conditions for searching through Ms. Reed's phone under a protocol that would assure against the sharing of privileged information. It seemed to me that the Commonwealth's request and Ms. Reed's response spoke completely past each other and didn't address the merits of each other's papers, which is why I felt like I needed a hearing. As far as I can tell, the phone has already been downloaded, searched in terms of what the court authorized previously, and it just hasn't been looked at yet, and it has to be looked at subject to a particular protocol. Do I have that right, Mr. Cosgrove?
I don't know if it has actually been downloaded, Your Honor.
If it hasn't been downloaded, that's a set of facts very different from what I understood to be the case. Because I think I authorized the download, and I thought that there was a representation in the papers that it had been within the days of the authorization. Let me just see if I can find it in the papers.
You may have, well, okay.
So this is just so there's one other thing here that is not being mentioned that I should mention. Now, you'll remember one of the challenges here, there's sort of two threads happening in this court hearing at the same time. The first is about this phone, and that the Commonwealth, that Cosgrove and the Commonwealth want to download Karen's phone and go through it. Okay. So that's one. But the other thing, and we're going to hear about that too. One of the thing that Bradel brings up is that Cosgrove really shouldn't be on this case at all. Now, remember, he's already taken himself off of the other case, but this is the witness intimidation case that we're talking about here. And he's still acting as the special prosecutor because the DA's office is in a position where who's going to take over, right? They need to bring somebody else on, but they're the ones making that choice, and that's tricky, right? How do you not, because Lindsay Gattani is saying that she's going to go after them. So how do you, as the person who is now, being charged with a crime as though you're doing something wrong, then pick the person who's going to end up trying the case, right? So this is tricky, and Bradel also is trying to argue at the same time as this is going on first. He argues, well, shouldn't we take care of that first? Because shouldn't that be more important? Like, who's going to prosecute this case? Cosgrove can't do it, so who's going to do it? And the judge kind of doesn't want to hear it. The judge is kind of not. This judge is interesting, right? I'm not sure what to make of him. I would really like to hear your opinions of him. I mean, I have a lot of emotional responses to him, but I'm not sure what to make of him. What I am getting, this is my take, and this is why I wanted to show you this. What's even more interesting, after we watch some of this, I want you to see what happened after, because it speaks to something that I don't think any of us think a lot about, and I'm being cryptic, but I think the biggest problem with these judges is that they give the benefit of the doubt to the prosecutor's office, including Cosgrove. Like, they all think that none of them would ever do any wrong. It's a lot like this idea that sort of Turtle Boy was talking about, where if you're a cop, you assume that another cop could never be lying. And so, of course, you would never, if you're a cop, like if you're Michael Proctor and you're investigating John O'Keefe's death, and Brian Albert says, yeah, he never came into the house, there is not a second thought in your head. There is no reason to keep investigating, because in your mind, Brian Albert just said that John O'Keefe never came into the house. That's it. Full stop. There's not a second thought, right? That was sort of Turtle Boy's whole point. And I think with a lot of these lawyers and a lot of these judges, that's how they view the prosecutor's office. Well, of course they would never do anything wrong. Of course they must have a good reason. And I think that's what Krupp is saying. They must have a good reason, because they wouldn't do anything. The prosecutor, the DA, would never do anything unscrupulous, would never intentionally go after an innocent woman. So he must think there's legitimate evidence of wrongdoing on this phone. And I think that is the thought, that's the assumption that all of these judges are making. I think that's like the fatal flaw. And I remember the first time I heard Cosgrove argue anything in court in this case, all the way back, like the very beginning, a year plus ago. I remember him making an argument about Aidan's YouTube program. And he made some comment, and it was like he really believed it. I mean, you could see he really believed what he was saying. And the assertion was exactly what I just said. It's absurd to think that Michael Morrissey would do what they were claiming he did. Like, Cosgrove basically laughed out loud at that idea. But that is exactly what's happening, right? Like, I don't even know if Cosgrove realizes that they changed the name, that Tully and Crusty Panties actually changed the name of Turtle Boy's shows before he took that information into the courtroom. It's crazy. It's just crazy. It's so crazy, you guys. It's so crazy. All right. I'm playing it again. It's just like, I think that's the problem, right? I don't think that Krupp is a bad guy. I think that they're just all making this, they're just all inferring or assuming that the DA's office is doing the right thing all the time. Where are you getting evidence of that? What if they're not? Who is checking that? It's very frustrating.
I think the representation is that the phones were seized pursuant to authorization. I don't think, and I don't purport to be much of an expert on the technical side, that the download can take place absent access to the phone through a password, which would have to take place relevant to the search protocol.
If the cell phones have not been downloaded pursuant to a prior order, that raises all the various things that Mr. Buzang presented in his opposition, which is the Commonwealth, having been in possession of the phone for an extended period of time, has a finite amount of time in which it can seek authorization to search or to do the search. Let me just see for a second. Yeah, so in your motion, the Commonwealth's motion, it says on January 22, 2024, the Commonwealth sought a warrant for mobile devices capable of communicating in cell phones used by Karen Reed. After review, Krupp authorized the warrant. I am paraphrasing. Next paragraph, the search was executed on January 24, 2025 at 14:45 hours by Lieutenant John Fanning, who filed a return of service indicating seizure of 2 Apple iPhones, 1 purple with green case and 1 white with clear case.
That was a physical seizure. Physically took them.
Is that seizure only of the phones, or is it the download of the information contained in the phones?
It's not the download.
Let me just see. I thought that there was something in here that said that there was a download, but maybe I mistook that.
If there's something in there that I picked up
I mean, this
from,
Cosgrove, can I just say,
affidavit or-
Cosgrove is a special prosecutor who came out of retirement to do this. Like, he doesn't have any other cases, right? Like, isn't this the only thing that he has to do? Shouldn't you know this case, like, inside and out and backwards and forwards? They basically bring you out of retirement just to handle Aidan. And you don't really know this case, right? You don't really know the evidence. I mean, it's very obvious that he doesn't, it's like, are they even taking this case seriously? This guy is looking serious. They want to put him in prison for a lifetime, 100 years, right? I mean, but that's not, does Cosgrove seem like he's an enthusiastic prosecutor? He never really seems like he knows exactly what's going on or is 100% sure. Right? He's always kind of kicking the can down the road. I don't get it. Like, are they just trying to hang him up? Are they just trying to keep him on his best behavior? Like, at this point, isn't the Karen Reed, shouldn't we just let him go? Like, the Karen Reed trials are over. There's no more witnesses to intimidate. Like, it's over. You lost. Let it go. Move on. Please, for the love of God, move on. How many days are there left before his other case doesn't have a prosecutor? So was it like 20 days maybe? Yeah, it's so frustrating. And oh, by the way, can I tell you that I love the trial channel? The trial channel is like my favorite. I use the trial channel for everything because it is the only platform that not only shows all of the trials that we all care about, but that also like takes the time to go through and put in all the little sections and like the little headings. And so the trial channel is the absolute best. I love you, Trial Channel. Thank you for everything you do, and then some. The best, the best. I don't know what I would do without the Trial Channel. I really don't. It's true.
For a previous filing, I don't know, but my understanding is that the phones were seized.
Phones were seized and they haven't been searched.
No,
they haven't been.
And they can't be searched absent access to the phones, which require either the Commonwealth proceeding with breaking the.
They need passwords.
Attempting to break the log-on information or the receipt of the passcode.
Okay. Well, so you've been in possession of the phones since January of 2024, and are only now requesting leave to download the information and search the phones.
No, I think we already have leave to download the information pursuant to the warrant. What we have is a practical impossibility of downloading the information. What we're seeking is leave to do the search pursuant to a search protocol. As I understand it, Your Honor, there are two aspects to this. One is the physical seizure of the phone, for which the SJC has imposed prompt requirements to get a warrant after the phones are seized, or in this case, there was a search warrant issued prior to the seizure of the phones. And the second aspect is the second search warrant to search the information. I don't think there's any basis for parceling out downloading as kind of a middle step here with a separate requirement.
Well, what do you say to Ms. Reed's argument, Mr. Buzang, that there's a certain amount of time you have to download if you have the phones, and now more than a year has passed, and it's only now being requested?
Well, there's no question that more than a year has passed and it's only now being requested. And if Ms. Reed is right, I think that would be dispositive. But I don't think there's any basis in the case law for concluding that Ms. Reed is right.
Now, let me just add something here.
Case law suggests that a warrant.
So in her lawyer's motion to try to stop this, unlawful effort to just go digging into her phone, he cites case law, and there is a lack of clarity, from the best that I can tell, about how the case law that he cites differs from what the two situations look on paper to be identical. However, the judge does not believe that. And I am not sure what the differences are. It has to do with the fact that there are actually two search warrants here. There's the search warrant to seize the phone, and then there's the search warrant to get into the phone, basically. And it appears that they had a search warrant, in this case, from this judge to go get the phone. But apparently they need something to then get into the phone. And apparently this judge believes that the case law that her lawyer cites in the motion to block this from happening, he's saying it's somehow different. However, there is argument that it is not different. So I'm just bringing you up to speed so that you kind of know what the background that's happening here is. And I don't think, to be fair to this attorney, to Buzang is his name, I believe. I think I got that right. It seems like he wasn't sure what the differences were or not either. And I don't think he wanted to say that the judge was wrong, right? Nobody wants to tell the judge that they might be wrong on this. So he was hesitant to go down the road of, no, actually, the case law that we cited is correct. But the reason why I'm mentioning the case law is because within a month, the case law that he cited said that it was unlawful to hang on to somebody's phone and not search it and give it back. In that case, I think it was like a year, 1 year. I forget the exact number of days, but it was like 150 days or something. And the judge ruled that they could not search it. They had to give the phone back. And this is almost twice as long, right? This was a lot more time, completely unreasonable amount of time, almost 2 full years of having the phone, not searching it and not giving it back. So that's the argument in the case law that Karen's lawyer cites that the judge doesn't think is good enough. And that's what you're going to hear them debate right now.
The search of cell phones, if that takes place, the Commonwealth must promptly seek a warrant, and the burden of justifying any delay is on the Commonwealth, whether or not the defendant presses for the return of the phone. That rule is designed to protect the defendant's possessory interest in the phone. And that, as I understand it, is based, among other things, on Segura versus the United States, 468 U.S. 796. Now, this case is not a warrantless seizure. It's a seizure pursuant to a lawfully issued search warrant. There are instances of items that have been seized in evidence that may have been subjected to test years after the fact, sometimes as a result of new evidence or developments in a case. But where a warrant is obtained, the usual and accepted procedure, which so far I've seen no evidence that the SJC has changed, is that the Commonwealth retains the seized items until the conclusion of the case, which time the defendant may move for their return or the Commonwealth may move for other disposition. That's generally General Laws, Chapter 276.
All right, so
Sections 3 through 8.
you see what he's arguing here.
Look at the cases that Mr.
He's arguing that they should get to keep Karen's phones until this case, Aidan's case, is through. But the problem is that Karen's not the defendant in this case, right? So it's insane. They're not saying that she did anything wrong. Like, she's not being charged. So it really, in a way, it is absolutely no different than any of us, anyone who's not committed a crime. They just come and they grab your phone and they say, yep, okay, we're going to take this and we're going to go through it and see if we can't find a crime, evidence that you did something illegal. To me, I honestly, I can't find how that's any different. I would love for somebody to tell me how it's different. In a way, I think it's even worse because they've already tried to do this to her. Not only in this case, I mean, they already brought this case specifically to a grand jury who said, yep, nothing to see here. There is no evidence of whatever your claim is. Not only because of that, but because she just went through 2 criminal trials and was acquitted of these serious charges. Enough. Okay. It doesn't matter what's on her phones. She's not a criminal. She's not being charged with anything. Like, it's absurd. This is Aidan's case. So it's even worse than if it was like just somebody off the street. They grab your phone and they start going through it to try to find a crime, because here they've already tried and failed and spent millions and millions of dollars of our money, of taxpayer money, to do it. I mean, it's just absurd. I cannot imagine that this is not directly because of these stupid frickin' voicemails. To me, that has to be what this is about. Why else is this happening right now? That's just a coincidence? It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. I don't understand how they have the ability to do this. This is where this kind of power, it's not okay. It's not okay. They're not even saying that, like, I can't. It's just, they're not saying, oh, we have evidence that you commit a crime, and so we're going to go through your phone because we have evidence, right? There's no evidence of a crime. So they're saying, you know what? Let's go through your phones and make sure there's no evidence. Wink, wink. They are going to try to find something to charge her with. Like, let it go, guys. Let it go.
As cited.
And Diaz relates to a warrantless seizure of the cell phones and a delay in seeking a warrant to search?
Yes.
Okay. And here we have a warrant that authorized the initial search of the cell phones. Let me ask Mr. Buzang why that isn't dispositive. Is there a case that talks about a circumstance where there is a warrant that is issued to authorize the seizure of the cell phones, which is then where the ultimate search, the contents of the cell phones is delayed and therefore somehow prejudicial to the defendant and is suppressed?
I think, Judge, in this case here, the phones were seized January of 22nd, 2024.
Right, pursuant to my warrant.
To your warrant, exactly, right. Judge. And nothing's been done. The only reason something...
I understand, but do you have a case that says that when that's the circumstance and a year plus passes, they can't come back to the court to seek authorization to go into the phones when the court has originally authorized the seizure of the phones in the first place?
Well, I think Diaz, Judge.
Well, Diaz didn't involve a warrant, apparently, for the seizure of the phone. It was a warrantless seizure of the phone. No judge had viewed the contents of that phone as potentially, or had ruled that the contents of that phone were potentially evidence in a case, right? That there was probable cause or a basis to issue the warrant. So the question is whether you have a case that that arises in the context of a warrant authorizing the initial seizure of the phones, and then there's a delay in looking at.
So there was, my understanding, guys, of this Diaz case is there was a warrant. I'm not sure what the difference is. I don't know. But my understanding of that case, from having looked at it and then listened to Melanie talk about it, I Googled it, there was a warrant, but I'm not an attorney and I can't tell you what the differences are. But there was a warrant. So I don't know why this judge is insisting that it's different. And I understand that no judges in the Commonwealth want to have any innate authority. Like, nobody wants to take responsibility for their decisions. They just want to be able to, I guess, pass it off on someone else. I just don't get this. And exactly, Pimabo, this is exactly right? Like, this is he got blindsided because it does seem so obvious. I think that's exactly right. It's a really interesting way to put this, but that's exactly right. So doesn't Cosgrove's motion say he still needs the passwords? And he does still need the passwords. Yes. And I think that's why they're going to the judge, because basically you kind of need both, right? You need the permission to take the property, but then you also need permission to get into the phone. And I think Buzang got blindsided because it is so obvious. What are you talking about? Like, this is not her. She's not the defendant. And the other thing is, and this isn't mentioned here, but the way that this was confiscated was not, the way that the phones were confiscated was not in connection to a criminal offense. Like, she's not being charged with anything. So it's a fishing expedition, right? That's really what it is. They already have all of Aidan's messages. So it doesn't, there's the only thing that they could argue is, all right, well, we want to make sure that he didn't delete anything. And so if we can see Karen's side of the text messages, but this is not just to look at text messages, guys. This is to look at everything. Her financial records, all of the information on all of the apps in her phone, all of her health data, everything on the phone is what they're asking to look at. Okay, not just text messages. That's important. It's not just we want to run a Cellbrite report. That's not what they're asking about. And I think that's why Karen was so upset. I think that's what, for those that are not following the drama, I've never been a drama person. I do not like drama. I don't want any drama. I don't want to perpetuate drama. But for those that are aware of all of the drama that has been going on, I think that's part of why there was so much drama. I think that's the upsetting part. Right? They're going after her again. And if you're Karen Read, would you not be absolutely flipped out if you thought that these piece of garbage human beings were going to do everything? How many millions of dollars did they already wage in their war against you? And now they're coming again. And the only thing I will say, and this is the one silver lining I found so far with this, because this to me really does look, it looks on its face like Pimabo is pointing out. It's so obvious. This is a fishing expedition, right? So if you're in civil court trying to make an argument, and I guess we don't really know, as far as I know, I don't think we know officially what Karen's civil or what Karen's charges, whether it's federal or civil, I don't think we know 100%, right? First, we have to see whether the judge in the O'Keefe case would even allow for Karen to also bring in these other witnesses. So we don't actually know what Karen is going to do in terms of her own lawsuits against the Massachusetts State Police or whoever they end up being. But if that argument ends up being that these people, the Massachusetts State Police, God, please, I hope that she also somehow finds a way to go after Michael Morrissey and these fools, because if they're making the argument that they, for whatever reason, have gone above and beyond to persecute this woman specifically, certainly this incident here adds weight and credibility to that argument. If you're on a jury, a civil jury, right, and you saw this, I mean, what would you think? Would this not help with that argument that these guys, after two times they try to convict her, spend how many millions of dollars to do it? She's acquitted. Ends up with a drunk driving charge, right? A year of probation. And immediately, 3-5 months later, they try to get into your phones, even though you're not the defendant, you didn't do anything, and there's no reason. You were already, the grand jury already said, nothing to see here. You did not tell, you are not colluding with Aidan Kearney. Okay, they already decided that, and you know how easy it is for a grand jury to indict. Okay, so that means there's really nothing there. And then this stupid shit gets leaked where Karen and Aidan are having an argument about this exact issue with these cell phones, and Karen's upset about it. And so all of a sudden, Cosgrove wants to know what's in the phones because she's upset about the phones. I mean, if I'm a juror and I'm looking at this, to me, it's like a huge win in any argument that Karen makes that these guys are going after her and that this is a fishing expedition. Like, okay, all right, maybe before this, just looking at the two trials, maybe as a juror, I could see an argument where, well, if these cops really believed that she was the murderer of a police officer, okay, I could see why they were so they had such a bug up their ass to try to, put it on her because they thought she was guilty. Okay, but that's over and done with. All right. Now, here we're doing this again, and they're just looking for some reason to dump out her entire cell phone. That's what this is about. Now, this is the argument. But this discussion isn't over. Wait till you see what the judge does. That's the problem here, okay? This is very likely going to happen. They are very likely going to allow this because Judge Krupp doesn't seem to think there's anything wrong with this. He doesn't see the problem. Nope. Does not see a problem with this exercise apparently at all. Does not think the fact that they've had her phone for 2 years, she's been acquitted of any wrongdoing, does not think that any of this is a problem.
The content of the phones or any other piece of evidence. Warren authorizes the seizure of hiking boots, and there's a 1.5-year delay on doing DNA testing to see if the boots trudge through mud or blood or whatever the relevant substance is.
Sure, Judge. Well, I feel that the reasonableness in delays in obtaining a search warrant under the Fourth Amendment and Article 14 of the search and seizure law requires law enforcement to act diligently to obtain a search warrant without unreasonable delay.
And here they did by seeking a search warrant for the seizure of the phones. The question is whether there's any case says that there's an independent obligation to seek further warrants authorizing looking at other aspects of the phone besides seizing the physical phone itself in a timely way.
Well, I think timing is relevant, Judge. They could have done it. They could have done it with the special counsel Mello. He chose not to. He went into the grand jury, which they returned a no bill. And Your Honor, this court knows better than anybody the level that requires an indictment to get issued. Here, they returned a no bill, Judge. I mean, there was less than any evidence that Ms. Reed conspired with Mr. Kearney to intimidate or participate in any intimidation of any witness in this case. But I think it is relevant in terms of now they want to come back and look at her 2 phones, and they have all that evidence from Mr. Kearney. They have, I think,
all right. No, I understand those arguments, but I'm still trying to find a case if you have one.
I know. So I'm trying to figure this out too, Leah. I can't figure out if he dropped the ball or if the judge was wrong in his assessment of the case. And that's what caught him off guard, because when you actually look at the case law that he cited, it appears on paper that there's no distinction. And so it's almost like he came in with an argument that he felt like was a really strong argument, almost like a really obvious one. And then when the judge dismissed that, he was left like naked, like he didn't have any backup. So in that way, I completely agree that, I guess the moral of the story is, like, if you're going to work with the Karen Reed case, you better have like 14 arguments in your arsenal that you're just ready with, because you have to assume they're going to just keep coming, because it does not make any sense. It always defies all logic and reason, but they just keep coming. Yeah, Ms. Holmes, it's like Karen's trial number 2 still continues. And when she was pronounced not guilty, it's like, just kidding. Yep. Not even that. Like, yes. And then they come at her with these other asinine claims, like, oh, she deliberately tried to inflict emotional harm on John's niece. Like, let's think about that. Really think about what you're saying. How Karen Reed called John O'Keefe's phone 53 times between 12:36 in the morning on January 29th and 6 a.m., 6:03 when they found his body. 53 phone calls. You know, that's like even hard to do in that amount of time. Like to pick up the phone, even if it's just to pick up your phone and hit the button and let it ring 53 times. That's like a very time consuming activity, right? So there's no murderer that has ever lived in the history of time that has ever commit an intentional act or an accidental act of murder knowingly, and then after the fact tried to call the person that they murdered 53 times, and then not only that, left these messages, you know, I fucking hate you, right? So I mean, then so she does that, you know, 6 times. Then those messages, she goes to sleep, she wakes up an hour and a half later, and that message where she's like, John, where are you? And that one is creepy, right? It's like, John, where are you? Like she's terrified. You can hear the fear. So either she, and like, okay, let's say that she was an actress. Now, most of you probably know something about Wendy Adelson. I would say as acting and criminal, you know, crime goes, that's probably as good as you're going to get. You know, it's not going to get better than Wendy Adelson. Like she's as good as it's going to get. She's not that good, but she's as good as it's going to get. She duped the investigator in her initial interview. I feel like Georgia Kappelman knows. I just based on the Q&A, right? But Wendy sticks to the script and she just keeps going with her, like, you know, I'm a choir girl and what do you mean? You know, pretty blue eyes, blink, 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 blink. So whatever, that's as good as it's going to get. Karen Reed is not an actress. There's no acting. Maybe that's her problem, right? She doesn't act at all. That's like why people just don't like her on her face. Like the thing that people don't like about Karen, the people that hate her, it's because she's really not an actress. Like she's not trying to win them over with her award-winning personality. She's just being who she is, right? And there's just no way. There's nobody on earth. This is what gets me so upset about these people. Like their claims just get more and more absurd. And originally, like ask Aidan about this. Originally, Paul O'Keefe believed this was an accident. Like 100%. Like he believed, and he was even on the fence. Like there was a point in time, because how do we know that? Because he's talking on Facebook with Aidan at one point. This is going way back now. We're going to like 6 months after John O'Keefe's death. There was like a moment where he wasn't sure and concluded ultimately that this was an accident. And now how this family has gone from that to intentionally made up a story, knowing that it was false, with the goal of intentionally harming John's daughter. To me, it just does. It is the absurdity of that. And just like any competent mental health professional could come in and in like 30 seconds just point out the absurdity of this argument. It's so absurd. It's absolutely fundamentally absurd. Not to mention there's evidence of Karen talking about caring about these children, right? And you heard it through the trial. Like one of the reasons that she didn't want to leave John was because of the children being involved. Like she didn't want to hurt these kids. I mean, I don't, anyway, it's just, it's tough to take, right? Because I get emails a lot. I get emails from people who are convinced that Karen's guilty and, you know, I guess once you have your mind made up, you have your mind made up. And maybe you could argue that we're all doing that too. The only difference to me though, is the amount of evidence. Like, I don't know how much time, you know, a person has, but if you want to go pound for pound with the evidence, there is not enough time probably in the next 7 days, waking hours, for us to be able to go through every single piece of evidence that supports Karen Reed's innocence versus the evidence that supports her guilt. And that, like, if you start bringing in consciousness of guilt evidence, if you start bringing in like Brian Albert Jr.'s testimony, if you start bringing in Tristan Morris, and by the way, I've been thinking, it's bothering me. I'm getting off topic. I know it's bothering me though. I've been thinking about this. Something is wrong, you guys. There's something wrong. Caitlin and Tristan, there's something wrong. Like, there's something, we're missing something that involves the two of them. I mean, maybe that's really obvious. Caitlin's at the house before and after the waterfall. Lies about that, says that she's with Tristan. Why? Who the hell knows? I've never seen anyone ever testify who was as nervous as Tristan Morris. If you haven't seen his testimony, I've done videos on it. Just go to the trial channel, watch his testimony. It's shocking. You've never seen anything like it. It's shocking. Why is that guy absolutely terrified? And Julie Albert is also very anxious as a person. She's funny. But Tristan, like, this guy looks like he's like testifying that like his life, anyway, the point is that these people, they are so off in every way. There's no way to reason away their behavior. The lying, just the flat out lying. I mean, just each one of them, the lying that they do is the Google search. And if you haven't seen any of the videos about the Google search and where Jennifer McCabe is at 6:23, if you still don't know where Jennifer McCabe was at 6:23 a.m., you need to go find out, because it tells you everything you need to know about whether that Google search really happened or didn't. If you're still not sure about the Google search, go find out where Jennifer McCabe is at 6:23 a.m. when she says that Karen Reed is tugging on her to Google house long to die in the cold. Because I'll tell you where she isn't. She's not next to Karen Reed, in case you don't know. There's so much evidence. It's tough to so it's tough. It's tough for me when people come at me with, emails about how she's guilty. Like, I want to hear them out and I want to listen because I'm trying to understand. But, look, those of us, and I know you guys, all of you guys in the chat, like, you've been on this as long as me, and some of you even like a lot longer, way before I knew about Karen Reed. You guys have been on this from day one. Like, this case backwards and forwards. And so when somebody who comes at you with like very general information, when they're like, oh, well, this person thinks that, well, okay, a good example. Oh, couldn't be a conspiracy because there's just like too many people involved, right? Like, that kind of, that's not, I can't, what am I supposed to do with that? Where do you even start when someone comes at you with, oh, there's no way it was a conspiracy, because the simplest explanation is always the right answer. It's like, okay, we're not going to be able to have a conversation because that's not evidence. That's just like an absurd opinion.
That comes up in the context of a warrant authorizing the initial seizure of the device, and then there's a delay in searching that device or searching that physical piece of evidence.
Just give me one moment, Judge.
Sure.
I don't have a case off the top of my head, Judge, but I think just going back to the reasonableness under the Fourth Amendment, I think to again, I don't think would have came up if we just let it stay and didn't ask for the 2 phones. It was only after I asked for the 2 phones that now this is somehow an ongoing investigation. When they've had the investigation was done, and there was nothing to it.
That's the other thing. They've already investigated
and
it.
I think with this evidence, Judge, that they have, they can go back to 10 grand juries. They're going to get 10 no bills. But
Okay.
I think in terms of reasonableness and timeliness, Judge, I think, it's almost 2 years.
Okay, I'll take it under advisement.
Yeah, it really seems like.
And the matter, it does have a next date of December 5th. at 2 p.m.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, Margaret. I didn't get to the issue of if the warrant issues for the search of the
Zang,
phone.
I know.
Do you have any contest with the protocol that was set out by the Commonwealth?
I do, Judge. I don't think the
I agree.
Commonwealth, in the preventive medicine case, the defense has some say in, who would be a part of the taint team. So I don't take the representation from the government that they should just set it up.
I don't have any opposition from you or any substantive response to you for the with regard to the protocol that's proposed by the Commonwealth. That was part of the frustration that I had with the papers as they came to me.
Crossing over. I understand, Your Honor.
Yeah, so there's a elaborate protocol laid out here in the Commonwealth's papers,
Right.
and I need specific details as to what you're proposing if I'm going to authorize the Commonwealth to search through the 2 phones. I take it you can make a backup of the phones and do the search off the backup, and you can promptly return the phones to Ms. Reed.
Dude, does anybody? Do you hear what this guy is saying? This guy is proposing that a team of people come in to search Karen Reed's 2 phones, and he wants to know why the defense team, why Karen's lawyers didn't propose that, didn't put that in their response, didn't put that in as a reaction to whatever the Commonwealth was asking for. I see. I couldn't, why I could never be a lawyer? I could never be a lawyer. There's absolutely no world where I would be able to keep my shit together. If this guy was, I would be arrested. This is why I didn't pursue law, because there's no world where I would be able to have a person, I'm just going to use regular language right now, an authority figure in a robe, right? Who I believe to the core of my being is wrong on the merits, on the law, like with every fiber of my being, know that they're wrong and just sit there and be like, yes, Your Honor. No, you're right. Like, there's no. I would last about 30 seconds in a courtroom. It would be over for me within the first day. Yep. No way. Absolutely no way. I could never listen. Why should we listen to you, dear? What, who the fuck are you? I can't. No, don't worry. There's no, the Constitution, the 4th Amendment. It's not a real, like, who cares? You don't have any rights in here. This is my courtroom. There's no rights in here. Just whatever I say.
But before we get to that, Judge, could I just have a couple of weeks to provide some opposition to that?
He says no.
Opposition to what?
To the taint team part of the government's motion.
No. You can talk to Mr. Cosgrove. The 2 of you folks can talk and come together, come to an agreement as to a protocol. And if there are any disputed paragraphs or sentences in that protocol, you'll show them to me in a document indicating that there's a disagreement as to this or that and the reason. Not a long brief, okay, not an elaborate briefing, but if I'm going to allow this, there's going to be a taint team protocol put in place. And I assume you're going to agree to 95% of what the Commonwealth is proposing, and you may quibble around the edges. I've issued these before. Okay, it's not all that complicated. So I'll give you 10 days to do that. If that gives you folks enough time to confer with the idea that you'll reach agreement on most of it.
Very good, Judge.
Any problem with that? Is that enough time?
No, that's fine.
Yep,
Your Honor.
a lot
Okay.
of problems.
Happy to talk to Mr. Boozin.
All right. I think there'll be very few things for me to resolve. So I'll give you 10 days.
Few
That'll
things
be,
for me to resolve.
what are we? We're already October 8. How about if you
Yeah, so this was the thing that I had a freaking nervous breakdown listening to this. I could not believe that this was really happening. That this judge was like, "Oh yeah, no big deal. We'll just get this team in here and you guys will figure it out. You'll work it out." It's like, well, it's probably easy for you to say because it's not your rights that we're fucking with. You didn't just have the Commonwealth and the prosecutor's office spend millions of dollars to try to put you wrongfully in prison. So no sweat off your whatever, judge, right? It's unbelievable. Twig sends $5 and says, Samantha crazy. Julie says, I know. Julie says she picked Nicole and Caitlin up from Fairview. I know. No. Oh, no, Twigs. Tristan does not say. No. Tristan does not say that. Tristan says he went by himself. Caitlin says she came with him. And I caught Nicole lying in it. So originally, oh my God, it's Tristan does not place himself with Caitlin. He goes by himself to meet his girlfriend. And he actually says, he's so focused. Tristan in his testimony is so focused on not naming names, not giving times. He will not say who else was at the waterfall. The only person he'll say, I went to meet my girlfriend. He won't even say he saw her parents there. He won't say her mother. He will only tell you, and he won't tell you what time. He will not give you the time that he was there, and he will not tell you outside of going to meet his girlfriend that anybody else was there. So the only person that he tells us that he goes to see and meet at the waterfall is Caitlin. So she was already there from Tristan's recollection. Here's the thing. This is not a mistake. So anybody who tries to argue, oh, maybe Caitlin and Nicole just messed up, 100% not. I went back and accidentally was looking at Nicole's testimony for some other reason, and I caught for the first time her indicators about this very thing. Because Nicole tries to pretend, she's like, I think we met Caitlin. I think Caitlin and Tristan were already there. But it's the only time that she completely, I'm trying to think of the best way to say it. She gives it away. She gives it away completely that she's lying. So I didn't catch what she was lying about because I think one of the first people that I did any kind of analysis of was Nicole. So I didn't have all of this other information then. So I didn't catch that the lie was that they went to go meet Caitlin and Tristan. They went to go meet Tristan, but Caitlin was with Nicole and Julie, 100%. So the question that we must ask is, what the hell are they lying about this for? Why is Caitlin and her mother knowingly lying about Caitlin being at 34 Fairview before and after? That's the question. Now, for me, this is a really important question because there's a couple different ways that I could see this being important, right? It could be important because all right, well, it could be that, Caitlin had a Jeep-like vehicle, okay? So her car was some kind of a Jeep Cherokee, not a Jeep Wrangler, but I think it was like a white or light color Jeep Cherokee. Is it possible that the whole thing with Brian Higgins' Jeep is being conflated somehow with her Jeep? I don't know. Is it possible that Tristan never goes there at all? Is it possible that Tristan never goes to 34 Fairview at all? And for some reason, they have him picking her up. I don't know. We're not going to find. Tristan tells you, Tristan, everything he says is just a lie, and his testimony is just egregious. And it's like, it was so weird for me because it was the last person I expected to be so unimaginably shady. But he is just frozen like a deer in headlights, physically shaking, and literally is like, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. You're like, bro, what is going on? What is going on? Right? So, and Julie Nagel. So Julie Nagel. So I just did her. So Sarah, there's a reason why Hank Brennan chose Sarah Levinson and not Julie Nagel for trial number 2. And it was smart. Even though Julie says she saw the blob, and yeah, Brennan tried to kind of get that in through Sarah Levinson. But I think at the end of the day, Julie Nagel is completely not credible. And my assessment after going through her entire testimony now, I think I only put out part 1. I think there's another part. I don't think I did the whole thing. I think there's another part that still hasn't gone out yet because it ended up being longer than I wanted it to be as a video. But when you get to the end of Julie Nagel's testimony, first of all, she's a lot more like in bed with the Alberts than you might realize at first, right? They seem almost like a little bit neutral, but they're not. Like she's 100% longtime childhood friend of Brian Albert Jr. Like she's all in. And she has a couple of like intentions going into her testimony. One of them is to try to make Colin lumped in with the earlier part of the night. Like her objective number 1 is to try to say that Colin was not part of the after midnight crowd. She ends up overshooting the mark because she doesn't know what the rest of them are going to testify to. And she ends up making herself look like an even bigger fool because she has him leaving too early, right? All of us know that he leaves after midnight. I mean, some of us think he stays way after midnight. Others think he left at 12:10 or whatever. But she has him leaving with the girls, basically, with the earlier girls, right? Mary Kent and whatever their names are, those girls. So that's the first thing. Her first thing was to try to lump Colin in with the earlier part of the night. There's something to do with Caitlin. She's protecting Caitlin 100%. 100%. Okay, so I don't know why, but she's protecting her. And it's weird. It's definitely very suspect. There's something weird about it. And then, yeah, like the blob story. I mean, the bottom line is she's not a credible person at all. There's just, you cannot give really any weight whatsoever to anything that Julie Nagel testifies to, because I think the other thing she was trying to do was make up for the Alberts knew they had a problem going into the first trial. And the problem was everybody wants to say that John never came into the house, but then nobody sees him outside. Right? And so she, I think, was trying to do them a solid by fabricating that she saw something and she told everybody, and right. But it ends up really, the whole thing ends up backfiring because she's just not credible. There's a whole other, I'm leaving a bunch of stuff out on purpose. I don't want to give it away, but like she's just not credible. And that's why he goes with Sarah Levinson, because Sarah Levinson is like 1,000 times more credible as a human being, but also in general, like she's just more honest in her testimony, and it's obvious, right? And Sarah Levinson has Caitlin there with Nicole and with Julie when they arrive. So Julie Albert. it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm guessing there must be waterfall video where we could all, like, I think we could probably easily go back to the waterfall. I didn't do it yet, but I was thinking about doing it today, Twig. So today I was thinking about doing this because, again, I told you, I've been looking back at Brian Albert, and so this kicks all this back up. And I've been thinking, well, I wonder what the earliest footage available of the waterfall video is. Do we actually see at any point Tristan and Caitlin alone in that video? I bet you we don't, because he's there. They are probably there before he shows up. So it'll be interesting to see the earlier part of the waterfall video. I do not get it, and I would love to know why they're lying about it. I cannot imagine how that could possibly be useful, though. Like, why would you lie? Somebody explain to me, what is the value in lying about Caitlin? Twig sends $2 and says, I'm not convinced he tells time or read who? Which one? Who reads who? God, who? Anyway, I don't know, you guys. It drives me insane. It drives me insane trying to figure out, like, some of the things that the McAlberts lie about. It's so much more incriminating, because then your mind starts jumping around like, why would you lie about, you know what I mean? Like, why would you lie about that? That doesn't make any sense. Like, it's such a stupid thing to lie about, but I don't know. They do it. They all do it. All right. So let's see the last part of this, because I really want to get to the interview after with the two attorneys. So there's an interview that's interesting to me after this hearing, and we're almost done. We've just got a few minutes left. We have to hear from Bradel.
Get it to me by the 21st, October 21st.
Good enough, Judge. Thank you.
And I'll take it in Word form so that I can make whatever edits I feel like I need to make to your version, taking one side's or the other's version. I'm likely to be more like a baseball referee, is take the version that I think without, fiddling too much with the language. So both sides really need to be reasonable.
Understood.
Okay.
Really need to be reasonable, right? Okay. This is all reasonable, Judge.
We'll await your responses. You have until October 21st. The matter is next on December 5th.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
2 p.m. for hearing on the motions to dismiss. Thank you.
What a mess.
I'll see you then.
Your Honor, may I be heard on the disqualification issue?
Mr. Bradel, in what docket did you file a motion for disqualification?
Judge, I believe that was filed in all three dockets. This one is styled as an in re search warrant docket. It's 20, I have it right here, just 1 second.
When was the motion for disqualification filed?
I believe last week.
October 6th.
10-6? I'm not going to hear you on that until I get a response.
Sure, I understand, Your Honor. It's just a little bit cart before the horse, I think, because counsel is forging ahead under a conflict. And, I don't think counsel for the Commonwealth should be permitted to keep forging ahead on this thing until the conflict issue is resolved. So I would ask that you stay any action on the part of the Commonwealth.
I will not. I will not. I'll put you on for a hearing on a motion for disqualification. But I'm not going to do it on the fly or without everybody having adequate opportunity to be heard.
Sure. I understand.
When would you like to schedule a hearing on that motion? Margaret, do you have? We could do December 5th, but do you have the motion for disqualification? I have an affidavit.
Sorry, Judge, there's an impounded and a redacted one. Redacted for the public docket, and there should be an unimpounded one, or unredacted one rather, that's for the court. And I believe they were filed in all three of those dockets. The 24 and the 23 case for Mr. Kearney, and this in-ray search warrant case. And if not, I'll just make sure Madam Clerk has them in this case, but. Sure.
The files are so voluminous.
Okay. What's the status of the 2025 case?
The
25 CR 88.
That's had a little bit of a back burner, Judge. I think there's a pretrial where it's in the pretrial phase
That's
right now in terms of discovery.
All right, but there's no disqualification motion filed in that one.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's correct.
That's the
24 case on the part of
video
Mr. Kearney.
wiretapping
Mr. Cosgrove acknowledged and withdrew.
outside the pizza shop.
The 23 case we contend
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Say that again.
Sure. The 24 case on the part of Mr. Kearney, that's 24-0043.
Yeah.
Mr. Cosgrove has acknowledged and withdrawn from that case, and I believe he's got a couple more weeks to confer with the district attorney and provide some sort of a replacement. The 23 case, we have now moved to disqualify him as for the same exact reasons why that apply in the 24 case, in the sense that Ms. Gattani is suing him and is also a key witness in the 23 case by the government's own admissions. The detective on the case swore to it. And
Wait a minute. That's fine. There's 3 cases, right, against Aidan. There's the 23 case is the Lindsay Gattani one, right? The 24 case, no, that's wrong. Which is the 24, which is the one that is the witness intimidation case? What's the 2024 case for Aidan? I don't, because I thought that was in 23, right? Wasn't the witness intimidation case in 2023? Isn't that why he got arrested in October of 23? Is that right? I think so, right? Isn't that, maybe that was October? I don't know. I can't even, I can't keep it all straight. Like, I'm pretty sure though that he gets arrested for the witness intimidation in October of 2023. That's right. So what is he arrested for, charged with in 2024? I don't know if anybody knows the answer to that. I think the sometimes my chat freezes. So I have to like reset it. That's funny, by the way, Twigs. I finally realized you were talking about Tristan. You have to be talking about Tristan because he's, yeah, it's very funny. You know, I like Georgia too, Sherry. I think I'm late to this, but I like her too. She grew on me. At first I didn't. I was like, I don't know if I like this woman, but you know, watching her in the just watching her, a lot of her, I guess I like her more. She can be intense though. She really can be. There we go. Now I'm caught up. Look at all these. Wow, you guys, I didn't get to see any of this. My thing like froze. Hi, everybody. Okay. Oh my God, there's a lot here. Okay, now I see you guys. Forgive me, I didn't see any of these. I didn't get to respond to any of these. Okay. Hold on, I'm just taking a look. I do. I have a close-up pic of John's right hand. The problem is that YouTube, I have all of that stuff, but they won't let you. I'm so glad you mentioned John's hands because I hadn't thought about that in a while. I feel like because YouTube will dock people that show the injuries, we don't talk about it enough. The other thing that doesn't come up anywhere near enough is the blood evidence. I mean, to me, from the very beginning, the blood and vomit evidence was a game changer. It was like a full stop. That's it. This man did not get injured where they found him. I mean, it's so obvious, right? It's like, what are we even doing here? How is anyone just ignoring it? Because he had a gash in the back of his head. And what did they find? Like 16 little droplets of blood. Like it's about as much blood if I like scrape my finger, right? I mean, that's how, you know? Teeny little droplets of blood. And look at his clothing, for God's sake. There's like, all down the back and the front of that shirt, there's like this big blood smear. And then you've got Michael Proctor himself telling you that there was vomit on the shirt. Okay. If he fell backwards, you guys, if how John O'Keefe was injured was in a fall backwards from a car, right? How did the vomit get on the front of the shirt? It's not a trick question. It didn't. That's the answer to that question, right? It's not how it works. You don't projectile vomit forward after you've broken the back of your skull because of a coup contra coup injury. Now, there's nobody questioning whether he fell. He fell. Period. We know he fell because of the coup contra coup. It means that you had to fall back with enough force that your brain inside your skull and inside the liquid that protects it shoots forward and leaves a bruise on the back of your head. That's why his eyes puffed up, right? That's why he had like the raccoon eyes, in addition to being hit in the face. So, but that does not explain the vomit. So to me, the fact that we just like never talk about the blood and the vomit in this case, I'm sure that either side could have brought in an expert that could have spoken to how much blood should have been there given the injuries. And to my knowledge, I don't even think ARCA talked about that, right? I don't think that Rentschler talks about blood evidence. Not that I can remember. I don't remember anybody talking about it. But I mean, to me, that probably by itself could have been a whole trial. That could have been the whole defense, right? Like, there was blood all over his shirt, all over the jeans. Look at the back of his jeans. It's just like it looks like someone covered with like a bloody arm, like smeared down his jeans. If he's just standing there and then he gets hit by a car and he falls back, because remember how quick, what did Dan Wolf say, that it was like 1/16 of how quick it is to blink is how fast you would have gotten hit going 26 miles per hour, right? I mean, you're certainly not going to have time to like vomit forward and, and I mean, it's just, he clearly didn't get hit by a car, but, yes. Anyway, the reason why I brought this up, because what the defense rests is pointing out is he also had bruises. The only place that there are bruises on his body are on his hands. John's body has bruises. We don't hear about them because they're not bruises head to toe, the kind that you'd get from being hit by a motor vehicle. They're the kind on your fists that you would get from, like, I don't know, punching a wall or getting into a fight. Forgot about those. Thank you. Yeah, there's more evidence. Yeah, because we need more. We should start keeping a list. I did keep a list, but that list is so old and I have so much more information now. It's like, we're like triple that now. We're like so much farther into the. So yeah, actually there are, yeah. Yep. So, okay. Somebody was asking earlier, where is Tristan in the waterfall video? Tristan is going to be, if he is even in the waterfall video. To be fair, I've never looked for Tristan in the waterfall video. Have you? I know exactly where Caitlin was, but I've never looked for, I know where Caitlin and Nicole are, but I've never looked for Tristan. And look, be really easy to explain if he wasn't there, because he left, quote, early, right? Because he had to go He had to go do the shoveling that he never does. Remember, he never actually gets to it. He doesn't go shoveling, but he was supposed to be on call because he was going to go plow, but he doesn't actually end up going. Arguably, listen, it should have been a question that they asked. They didn't, because obviously why didn't he go plowing that night? What stopped him? Because he couldn't have possibly have known about John, right? The plow, I have a friend who plows in New England as a side gig, same exact situation as Tristan. And they have to be on call like 2 a.m. They have to be out hitting the roads, right? Just like Lucky. So there's absolutely no way that he would have called in to his plow gig because of the death of John O'Keefe if they're innocent. But he doesn't go. He absolutely never shows up to that job that night. 100%. So I would love to know who the boss was, and maybe Aidan, we should ask Aidan, did you ever track down Tristan's boss to find out if he went? He didn't. I mean, he didn't. I know he didn't. I'm 100% sure that that Tristan did not go to work that night. But that would give you all the evidence you need right there too, right? I mean, if you had 100% proof that Tristan didn't go into work that night, what does that tell you? Something happened, right? Because, I mean, look, this isn't even, you guys, if you still really don't believe, if you believe that Karen Read did this, I don't know what the evidence is that you're going on. If it's just that, like, you think Karen is stupid or mean, or it's just not feasible. That's not evidence. That's conjecture is what that is. All right, let's listen to this interview. Now, I only was able to find a couple of clips, and it's audio. I think there are full people out there, but I just found this. It must have just went into a news thing on Boston 5, I think is the one it is. I think it's 5, whatever. So I pulled some audio and just threw a picture up so that I could get it out here in time. So let me bring this up so you guys can hear this. This is from these guys from right after the hearing. Okay. Let me take this guy away, and then we're going to add this.
So we see this thing as the ultimate sour grapes. They get the phones, they sit on them for 2 years, they try to indict without even bothering to look in the phones. They get their butts whipped at the murder trial, and now they want to scrape through Ms. Read's phones 2 years later to try to find something to get her on for retribution. The thing's ridiculous. It's just a generalized Fourth Amendment inquiry that, reasonableness dictates that these devices have to be given back and this has to cease.
The judge did not make a ruling, but he did sound like he was leaning toward giving the Commonwealth access to this phone data.
Well, my understanding is the first warrant was simply for the phone, to grab the phones, and then they sat on it. The special counsel, Mello, had never sought to get a search warrant to get in the phone, and they didn't need a special counsel. One of the troopers could have done it. They had never done it. And then what do we have? They go to the grand jury, and they return a no bill. All the evidence they have Mr. Kearney's phones. There's nothing different. There's no smoking gun. There's no ongoing investigation. With the grand jury, they go in there and present evidence every week, every month, and they present it. We're not in to test any of the evidence. And it came back at no bill. 22 years at that one case. And I'm just astonished that simply because I filed a motion to get the phones back, it somehow reads corrected, you know, a case that's absurd. It's a fishing expedition. There is nothing there. She conspired with nobody.
And are you surprised that the Norfolk DA's office has hired someone that is continuing this with mystery?
You know, I've been in this county for quite a bit. It's a small part of my...
Okay, this is the interesting part. See if you can't listen to this part. This is Buzang talking. This part surprised me, and I had to listen to it a few times to really hear it. See if you can't make out what he's saying.
That the Norfolk DA's office has hired someone that is continuing this with mystery?
You know, I've been in this county for quite a bit. It's a small part of my practice. I'm in every county, just like Mr. Brado. And DA Morrissey, and the DAs that he has under him are some of the best in the Commonwealth, and I think Tim would agree.
Does everybody hear that? DA Morrissey and some of the DAs that he has below him are some of the best in the Commonwealth. And I think that Tim would agree, meaning Tim Bradle. Just want to, I think he means this. I don't think he's kidding. Just throwing that out there.
The case came back, no bill. Simply, there's no evidence, less than no evidence. The lowest bar we have in the criminal justice system would be. I feel that he wouldn't keep pursuing the case. So I'm not sure why Cosgrove is.
So you hear what he's saying there? So he's saying, I don't understand. This Buzang is saying, I've worked with these people for a long time, and I know Morrissey to be, this is true story, a stand-up guy. And they know that if you bring evidence in front of the grand jury and there's a no bill, Morrissey would not, this is what he's saying. I'm not saying this. Morrissey would not continue to push it. So I don't know why Cosgrove is. So this is a really important statement, you guys. I don't know if I can underscore how important this is. Here's why. Buzang is an outsider. He's an outsider to this case. He's not, this is not a guy who has been obviously tracking the Karen Reed cases like we have. This guy's an outsider. He came in, I don't know exactly how long he's been working with her, but he came on just to get the car and the phones back. Okay. As far as I know, I don't think he's done anything else. And he's not on the civil team. So this guy is in and around the Commonwealth. I mean, he's a percentage of his business is doing business with Norfolk County. He's like, you know, I've been doing work in this county for 20 years. And I know these people, and I know that some of the best, hard to believe, prosecutors in Massachusetts are in Norfolk County. And these people, if they get a no from the grand jury, they're not going to keep bringing evidence. So why are they here? This is what made me think that this really might be about those stupid leaked phone calls. That this might actually be because frickin' Katherine Peters literally sent that message to Tully and Morrissey, and now they want another shot at her phones. Because that's what this guy sees. I mean, he's not saying it. He doesn't have all the information that we have. But if this Buzang guy, he seems confused, like genuinely confused. Like, why is this happening? Now, maybe he's just completely naive, like maybe all of us were when we first were introduced to this case. That's possible. But I think it's interesting to have an insider outsider in this guy and his perspective, because it's not a perspective that we have heard ever before. I don't ever remember somebody coming along and saying, you know, these guys are usually pretty good. And this isn't usual for them. Like, something's up. It seems somehow like more credible coming from somebody who expects them to behave differently. I expect them to behave like this because this is how I know them to be, having absolutely no integrity and no interest at all in justice. But this guy seems surprised by that, right? this is why I was worried about, this is why I'm worried about this Krupp person, because I think that a lot of these judges, they think that the prosecutors generally do the right thing. And so they don't assume any malicious intent. And all of us know better at this point. I mean, I hate to even say that, but like, what other conclusion could you possibly come to, you guys, the way that these people treat Karen Reed? Like, oh my God, it's so egregious. It's so egregious. So egregious. Let's see what you guys got to say. Time Trap says Higgins raged with fury when Karen Reed ignored him. Yes, go watch the video on the store owner. Higgins abused his Fed power to raid his gun store because he made him get a warrant. I have seen that, Time Trap. I'm not sure if everybody in the chat is familiar with this, but it's definitely an interesting story and worth checking out. I think if you just go to YouTube and search Higgins gun store warrant, something like that, you'll get the story. It's an interesting story for sure. Just kind of, it goes to show you like the way he kind of throws his big tough guy power around. And just kind of like what a dick he is. I mean, that you kind of can't come off much worse than he does in this story, honestly. Absolutely. No, I mean, I think that the reason why some of us are a little hesitant to just say what is obvious, which is, yeah, look, Higgins has means, has motive, has opportunity. It's a done deal. Is that for many people, it's hard to believe that the McAlberts would throw away their lives and their future to just protect Brian Higgins. Brian Albert doesn't even like Brian Higgins, from what I can tell. So it's confusing. In other words, there has to be more to the story because, now I could argue the answer to that is Chloe, that just because she gets involved, it does. And, Brian Albert's really, really smart. He would know that could make him just as much of a co-conspirator or whatever you'd call it. I'm not sure, how it would be framed in a legal context. But if your dog, who is capable of, inflicting very serious bodily harm to another person, right, goes and attacks your guest, I mean, I don't know this for 100% sure, but I would have to believe that you as the homeowner are responsible for that, right? It's your dog. So I think some people assume that Higgins can't be the whole story because why then would the McAlberts go to such great lengths to protect him? Why would Chris Albert be involved? Right? Why are they making up stories about Allie and Colin? And I mean, why is Colin lying about never being in a fight? I mean, it's just, it's not enough to speak to the absurd and egregious lying that goes on down the line with everybody in the house, I guess. And maybe that's just one part of it, but yeah. I think that's why it's and that's why it's harder to just write it off on him. Although, I mean, I will tell you, I assume that I personally believe that, obviously there was some altercation with Brian Higgins. I mean, to me, but I will tell you that it's very difficult for me to completely absolve Colin Albert for the very reason that I just said. Every time I try to take him completely out of the equation and just say, nope, he wasn't there, or, I mean, he was there, but, you know, he didn't do anything wrong. I always go back to, why would the rest of these people risk their lives, their children's lives? Why would these people go to such great lengths to put themselves in harm's way, themselves and their loved ones in harm's way, if this was just to protect Brian Higgins? It just doesn't fit, right? So there's got to be more to it. And, you know, we know that John didn't just fall. People say that all the time. Well, maybe John just fell. Well, no. I mean, he had injuries on, you know, he had cuts that look an awful lot like what it would look like if you were, you know, punched in the eye and then punched in the temple, right? So he was punched in the eye and then punched at the side of the head. If you don't believe me, you can go watch Dr. Stonebridge's testimony from the first trial. She can tell you all about it. Also go look at his injuries. Like I said, I would show them to you right now, but then I'll get in trouble. They won't show my video to anybody. And, you know, you can only show those kinds of injuries if you do it in a very specific instructional way. Like, basically, I have to be conducting like a college course, you know, and I have to present it with all these like fancy warnings, and I need to like give everybody an opportunity to like close their eyes before they can, you know, all that. And then if I do that, you know, maybe they'll let me show you. But the other thing I would look, if you haven't seen John's injuries, guys, I cannot stress this enough. Please do go look at, there are, in the medical journals, there are cases where people have died tragically at the hands of animals, dogs, or a pack of dogs. And you can see exactly what it looks like when somebody is attacked by a dog. You can see it like on their body. You see all the marks. You can see all the different ways, because it was a pack of dogs in this one instance, and it's available to anybody. It was a documented medical journal, a really big deal in the medical sciences because it was a pack of dogs. It's a very rare event, and they studied it, and you can see, like, look at all the different ways that a pack of dogs can leave marks on a human. Just take a look. Then compare those injuries to John's arm, but don't stop there. Then go look at car accidents and go compare the injuries to those too. Like, do your due diligence, you know. The only way, like, I would never scream and yell about any of this if I didn't cover every base, right? If I didn't investigate every route and say, oh no, I've investigated that to its end place, and here's, you know, where it leads. So I would encourage everybody listening, everybody watching, everybody in the chat, if you're not sure, go get the answers, because they're out there, you guys. There are answers. They're freaking out there. Garrett Wing did an amazing job. That's right, Sherry. Garrett Wing, he did such an amazing job that the defense ends up bringing him on. And not only that, Sherry, you'll remember this in more detail than I will, but didn't he, like, he freaked out the prosecutors too, right? I can't even, was it in Aidan's case? Somebody somewhere, God, somebody somewhere, it turned out that, I don't know if it was Hank Brennan, like, mentioned Melanie in her interview with Garrett Wing in one of their motions or something. God, this was a while ago now, but it was a really big interview. Helped so much with understanding how they train animals, you know, the whole thing. And one of the things that we learned from that interview, right, Sherry, and correct me if I'm wrong, but like, yeah, that any German Shepherd, guys, any German Shepherd of any breed, and this is not to be prejudiced against German Shepherds, it is so inside their DNA to protect their pack that at any time, whether they've ever had an ounce of violence or attack in them in the past, at any time they can attack. It could be out of nowhere. Like you could just we see videos when he comes on with Melanie, we see videos where like some woman in Florida like opens up the door to get the mail and like the Amazon guy gets attacked. And this is like doesn't have to be something that's happened before, right? So that's kind of what Garrett was saying, right? That and the females are more emotional. It was a really interesting interview. I learned a lot about dogs and training from him. He was great. He's so good. Yeah, really, really good. Oh, that's so nice. Somebody's got their German Shepherd. That's so nice. Oh, Kylie, that's nice. Yeah. Tremendous interview if you want to like understand more. And also what was interesting about that interview with Garrett Wing, I feel like with Garrett, like he really earns your trust and your credibility throughout that interview. Like you don't really know who he is coming in, and then he just his personality, his style, his history, his experience. By the end of it, you're like, wow, this guy really knows what he's talking about, has a ton of credibility in terms of his experience and his knowledge, both from knowledge and from years of working with dogs. And he himself concluded that the injuries to John came from a dog, right? So, and he at that time, by the way, had absolutely no investment in the case. It wasn't like he was being hired by the defense. He only was brought in after that interview with Melanie, right? It was the interview with Melanie that inspired them to bring him on for trial number 2. So yes, Kristen S. writes, oh, I missed it. I keep trying to understand why Sam thinks many Leos think it was Karen. I don't know what this means. I keep trying to understand why Sam thinks. I think this says thinks. Many LEOs. What is LEOs? Because they email me and they tell me that they think it's Karen. If that's, I don't know if that's what you were asking, but that's the answer. I know, right? I mean, look, I am very fortunate to be in this blessed community of people who are so amazing and are so wonderful and, you know, who are really supportive. Oh, law enforcement. I don't know. I'm not sure I don't know why I think so many law enforcement think it was Karen. Well, I think the law enforcement in this case think it was Karen. I don't know about outside of this case. The law enforcement officers in this case, I hope they think it was Karen. If they don't, then it's much worse than it even appears. But the reason why I think that is because there's a few exceptions. It's so hard for me to make blanket generalizations about the cops that are involved in this case because you've got 3 sets of law enforcement, right? You got the Canton guys, and the Canton cops are even more complicated than the Massachusetts State Police. The Massachusetts State Police, they're kind of like one brain, right? Like they're like one brain with lots of little arms, but the local cops were a completely different entity. Like Mike Lank, you're never going to untangle him from the Alberts. He's a loyalist. He's helped them many times before. He's up Chris Albert's you know what, and he will always be. So Lank is a loyalist. But they're not all at the same level of loyalty at the Canton PD, right? There's questions about Chief Berkowitz, right? Obviously, he was very close to Brian Higgins. Okay. So, I mean, the Canton guys are complicated because of their relationships. I mean, Kevin Albert, is like, we find out from Gallagher that Kevin Albert is like the favorite cop investigator on the Canton Police Department force. That's Brian Albert's brother, right? So then you have the Boston Police Department, right? And we know what that looks like. So, right, that was what's her name that just retired, Ms. Dever. So, and actually, I guess you could include the ATF because that's the other. There's actually technically four law enforcement agencies. But you hope that they think that she did it. My reason for saying that predominantly is because they don't like to suspect each other, right? So very few of them, like I don't think Michael Proctor thinks that Brian Albert was involved in the death of John O'Keefe. Michael Proctor is not smart enough to like put all that together. Michael Proctor believes that Karen Reed did this. Period. Probably Brian Tully does too. There, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think they think a whole lot, right? And if you think about it, they didn't do a whole lot of investigating to find out that they were right or wrong. They just kind of were like, yeah, she did it. And that was that. It's very sad. It's very sad. But yeah, I mean, look, we could, for the rest of our lives, I mean, you could probably do like a full investigation of each police officer involved in this case. And, there's like levels, like these are real people and they all have different relationships to each other and to the people involved in the house. It's wild. It's wild. And these are like small towns. Listening to Michael Easter, he was another one that was really helpful because, he talked about one of the things that I found Easter really helpful. He talked about working in a small town for law enforcement and how you would do it if you were going to be a real professional and be a law enforcement officer in a small community, how you could do that with integrity and honor like the truth, which is, yeah, I have a conflict of interest. He was saying like, it's no big deal. It would be no big deal if you were Michael Proctor in this case to say, hey guys, I just don't want like, I'm friendly with the homeowner's brother, I'm just not going to be involved. So stupid. The defense rests, right? Proctor was called by Albert at the hospital and told what to do. How else would he know? Proctor was called by Albert. Proctor was called. He didn't, he found that out from Jennifer McCabe. Before they went to the hospital, before Proctor went to the hospital, he goes to Jennifer McCabe's house with Brian Albert. He doesn't even have to call. He goes right to the house and he sits with the two of them and they just tell him, they give him the whole story. Now the sneaker is an interesting, so they give him, oh, she said she hit him. They give him the whole spiel about I hit him. And Brian Albert sits next to her and verifies it. I heard it, blah, 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 the whole bullshit. Then they go to the hospital and then they start with the one sneaker. That's how they knew the one sneaker. But I wonder about the other sneaker. I've actually thought a lot about that. And I'd love to know what other people think about this too. My guess is that there really was only one sneaker at the hospital and that Brian Albert puts the other one in the street, because at that point, they're trying to sell the idea that Karen hit him with the car. So all they had to do was put the sneaker in the road, the sneaker that was in the house in the road, right? Yeah. And the taillight, to me, the taillight was Brian Tully. I mean, I don't even think it's a question. That, to me, that is my personal opinion. Because Brian Tully was in charge of the entire operation. Like, he was in charge of everything. He was in charge of what time they got there. He was in charge of what time he sends Proctor to go get the car. He's in charge of when the CERT team gets there, when the CERT team starts, when the CERT team finds evidence, bags the evidence, how they capture the evidence. He's the in charge guy on every level throughout that entire operation. And he's got 4 people in unidentified clothing with him, only 2 of whom were Massachusetts State Police, and we don't know who they are because we never find out. So the other 2, nobody knows who they are. Could have been anybody, and they were not in police clothing. So that's 4 people that show up with Brian Tully that none of us know who they were, and they are sitting with him on the side of the cops, right? Yeah. And if you listen to Tully, he kind of gives it away on the stand. So to me, it's in the very first search, they only find 3 little pieces, like little pieces of taillight. Doesn't even have to, if you think about it, those little pieces don't even have to be from Karen's car. I mean, I think they probably were. But remember that in the days that follow and in the searches that follow, the cops go on to find, what is it, like 40 something pieces of taillight? Something like that. Now, interestingly, I think this is really interesting. It was like one of the big aha moments for me in the trial. They reconstruct the taillight from those 45 pieces of taillight that they find in the month of February. And it's missing. The only piece that it's missing is the like exact piece that Carrie Roberts and Sergeant Barrows describe was originally missing from the taillight. I think that's like one of the classic moments from the trial, right? When we find that out. Twiggs asked, where was John working from? Boston. Pretty sure he was working out of Boston, or not Canton, right? Not Canton. I'm not sure. We'd have to find out exactly which office it was, but I am pretty sure that it was not Canton, that it was closer to Boston. And I know it was like I learned this later. I'm Sherry. I'm sure you know. I'm sure lots of you guys know in the chat. But later on, we learned that they took him off. This is so ironic, right? They deliberately take him out of a job that was dangerous because of the kids after his sister dies. Did you guys hear that? That the Boston Police Department put him on a desk job to try to keep him safe because he now had the 2 kids. Which is like, what a ridiculous, right? Like what it just, life so screwed up sometimes. Oh, I saw that one. Twig says, it's also possible Brian Higgins had some dirt on Brian. Yeah, Twigs, that's true. Absolutely, sure. There's some other thing, right? There's something else, or even like, like allegiance to like one cop to another, something like that, right? Maybe, absolutely. There could definitely be like some feeling of like brotherhood, like we don't leave each other behind. Look, they had been, I don't know that So it's kind of a lot to explain, but I don't think Brian Albert and Brian Higgins had known each other for like a decade, right? And then they had gotten closer at one point, at least on paper, because they worked jobs together. They hung out pretty regularly at bars, but I think it was more of like a, like third level friendship. I don't think that they were BFFs. They were just kind of like in the same circle. My guess is they're probably both alcohol abusers, regular alcohol abusers, by the sounds of it, based on just kind of how Karen and he discussed drinking. And we know Brian Albert's an alcohol use disordered person. Like, we know he is 100%. Leah Baker sends Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? That was so weird. My computer just restarted. I'm back. Can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me? Yes. Hi, everybody. Sorry about that. That was so weird. My computer just went away. It just turned off. Said I had a signal. I'm plugged into the landline, and it just like reset itself. Who knows? It's like, I thought maybe I had put a timer on my stream. I was like, can you do that? Sorry about that, you guys. Hi, I'm back. I know it's late, but you're exactly right, Leah Baker. That's exactly right, right? Because the truth is, we all really do want to see justice for him. Nothing makes me more upset than when I hear like O'Keefe family and friends say things like, oh, became the Karen Reed show. We lost sight of John. Like, I don't know about you, but I've never lost sight of John. That's why I'm still talking about it. That's why I'll talk about it until we figure out what really happened and get justice for this man, because there's somebody killed him. I wish it was just an accident. Like, I wish that he didn't have bruises on his hands, and I wish that there was no marks on his face, so that we could all just be like, he probably just slipped and hit his head and fell. The other problem with that theory is that, according to Dr. La Posada, who is like the most credible medical examiner the world has ever known, and everybody else that testified, including, by the way, the Commonwealth's neuroscientist, it would have taken some pretty serious force to knock him down. Twigs asks, what was the deal with the select board meeting? Yeah, there was a lot with the select board meeting, Twigs. I don't even know how to begin to tell you about that. We'll have to show you that because it's long. And there's probably more that I haven't seen. How often does the select board meet? Does anybody know how often they meet? Is it once a week? I feel like they meet more often than that. I don't know why, but I feel like they're always meeting. I don't know how often it is, but I would think it would be once a week. But the select board once a month? No way. Really? Wow. Kylie says once a month. Wow. That's crazy, because I feel like they meet. I feel like I see streams about them a lot more than that, but maybe I'm just getting to them late. So at the last select board meeting, Chris Albert actually takes a shot at not like a physical shot, but I guess a verbal altercation, gets into like a no, wait. Let me get this right. Wait. So Chris has some kind of a back and forth in and out of this meeting with a local who, I'm trying to remember, he has like a local, I think he has like a local podcast or some kind of like a local YouTube platform. Is that right? Or is this correct? Yeah, Mike Crawford covers it. And so if you want to know more about it, I would definitely go to Young Jerks, because they've covered it. Mike actually had the guy after the select board. He had the guy on that I'm talking about. And so you can hear from him directly. But basically, Chris Albert is a scumbag, and this guy knows it, and he's exposing it in the meeting. And he brings his wife and stepdaughter into the meeting to support him in his, I don't know if claims are the right word, but argument. It's just, look, you guys, we all know, like, Chris Albert's not like a class act, right? He's just not. I mean, he's, first of all, illegally wiretapping everybody that walks by the pizza shop because he's paranoid of Aidan Kearney. Remember, these are the same people who insisted after one story, okay? Because now we know, thanks to the discovery in the Aidan Kearney case, that after Aidan printed one blog on the first Canton cover-up story, like on April 23rd of approximately of 2023, they immediately didn't go to their private attorneys to file defamation lawsuits. Please keep that in mind. And for anyone who still thinks that these people are innocent, please ask yourself, why don't they file? Why would they insist upon badgering the DA to arrest Aidan instead of just calling their attorneys and saying, let's shut him down with a defamation lawsuit? Because maybe Chris Albert doesn't have a lot of money, but the McCabe's do. And Jen was like the leader of that little clan. She went apeshit to try to shut Aidan up immediately. I'm not talking about 2 months after Aidan started talking about the Google search. I'm talking about like hours after the first article ran. And you heard him say it. He didn't know. Like, he had no idea that they were trying so desperately to find a way to arrest him for months by the time he gets arrested. It's crazy. It really, really is. I'm not sure if that answered your question, but it's like a big, big question. A question for me. I mean, I don't think it's a question at all. I have to go back and do this. I actually did a long time ago a full length analysis of Chris Albert's testimony from the first trial. And it taught me so much. It was so informative. I didn't expect it to be. I thought it was going to be a throwaway. It wound up being so informative, but I don't think I ever like made it to you guys. I don't think I ever finished it. So it never went out. I should do that again. I always think I should do it. I should get it out because there's so much important information in his testimony. Because Chris Albert does not hide his feelings well. He's a lot like Colin. They're both very emotional. They both are very quick to anger. And as soon as the cross examination begins, Chris gets just like, his face turns red and he just cannot hide his feelings. So it gives us a lot of information. And we learn that the only reason that he's on the select board is because of what happened that night. There was no select board. And thanks to Jennifer McCabe, actually, who points that out. There was no select board in Chris's future until the night that we are talking about. That Chris Albert is on the select board, which oversees the police department in Canton because of what happened to John O'Keefe. So if you're still not sure whether Colin was involved, that should be like a big tell. You know what I mean? That should give you a big tell. Like a big tell. It's a big tell. And I swear to God, it was Jennifer McCabe 5 minutes into her cross-examination. Remember the second trial? It's just like the most classic, I was going to say television, but it's really not. Like classic live something you would watch on a screen that you could ever get. Like the initial back and forth between Alan Jackson and Jennifer McCabe, trial number 2. He immediately, she's got her hair all done. She's like tan and she's like all like antidepressant, chill, whatever. And they start with the relationships. That's the first thing he really starts with. Like, so let's just get let's get all these relationships straight, right? So you're married, your sister is who, and she's married to who, and he's the brother of who, right? And one of the things that she says is, and Chris Albert is on the select board. And she goes, well, now he is. And when she said that, I was like, oh, thanks, dear. Thanks for the assist, Jen. Well, now he is. Oh my God. It's so funny. Anyway, so it's right. It is what it is. It is what it is. So I wonder, like that these are some of the things that make it harder to believe that Colin wasn't involved, because like, why is Chris on ABC? Like, somebody explain, what is Chris Albert, who has nothing to do with anything, was not there, like Julie had a headache, like these people are not involved. Why would you put yourself right in the middle of it if you have no involvement in this incident at all? Like, wouldn't you want nothing? Wouldn't you want to be on like the other side of the planet if this was a choice? Like, if nobody was saying that you were at the house on 34 Fairview Road on that night, like, why would you push yourself in the middle of this? I mean, I could come up with answers, but it just doesn't make any sense to me. John and his family. I don't know who. Oh, this is the select You're talking about John at the select board, I think. I think Sherry's talking about the select board. I'm pretty sure that's who you're talking about. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this was at the last select board meeting. So the one I just mentioned about some feud that was going back and forth between Chris Albert and these people, and the guy that John, I think is his name. It must be. He has like is it a podcast or a YouTube channel? He has like a local following. So, and him and Chris have this, beef, I guess. And Chris, that's right. There was a voicemail. That's what it was, Sherry. Chris Albert calls this guy on his voicemail and like leaves a message. And it's like a really rude, what does he say? It's just like a really rude, tasteless, like lots of swearing and, saying horrible things about like him and his wife and their stepdaughter. Like it's just tasteless, kind of crass from what I remember. It's just trashy is the best way to say it. But I don't like just calling people names, but I think that's pretty close. Twig sends $2 and says, Colin saw Higgins. Why do you say that? Why do you, I mean, maybe, very possibly, but why do you say that Colin saw Higgins outside Fairview when he left? Are you saying that Colin said that he saw Brian Higgins outside Fairview when he left? Because I don't remember that. Maybe, very, very possible. So the other thing that I didn't go back to this, Sherry, but you were 100% right, and I never looped back to it earlier. Yes, my theory about Caitlin Albert is that she was the one that took the dog off the property. But there are questions about that too. Like, okay, so why does Tristan have to come and get her? Because clearly her car would have already been at the house. Why are they lying about where her car was? I mean, why not just, why lie about her being with Tristan before the night starts? Doesn't make any sense at all. It just seems like excessive lying for no reason, right? Like, why? No, Caitlin is saying that she was there. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make any sense. Caitlin is saying that she was there and that Tristan comes and gets her and then takes her home. Well, she was already there and the plan was for her to stay there. So what's the big deal? One way or the other. I just don't see the big deal. I mean, I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't get why the lying from Caitlin. It just seems like needless lying that makes everything even harder because now there's more lies and it's not like an important thing to lie about. It's not really that different one way or the other. That was my thinking on that. But yes, I do believe that is why Caitlin was lying, because she did take the dog off the property. Okay, so Ms. Smith says, Chris accused John Cuomo, thank you, of sending dick pics to his stepdaughter. John's ex-wife and stepdaughter came to the meeting to defend John. Right. So that was the message that he left. Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you for that, Ms. Smith. And where did that start, though? Like, what happened before that? What inspired Chris to like jump on this guy? Why was he calling him? I just saw something I was trying to get back to. It was a lot. What do you mean? They actually were on the phone. That may be what happened, that they were actually on the phone. Yeah. Chris asked John if he was recording it. John stated he was not, but John took notes. That's right. Thank you. That's right. This is what John recounts with the Young Jerks, like with Mike on the phone call after the meeting. Right. Because during the select board meeting, John gets up and each of his stepdaughter, by the way, who was lovely, she was wonderful. They did talk about like rumors and, they were just basically insinuating that Chris is a classless schmuck. And this is not the kind of man that you want running the select or as your selectman, like that he's making important decisions. And at the same time, this is the kind of behavior that he's engaging in. That was really the point of their like showing up and speaking about Chris at the select board meeting. And it always, these other people, whoever are on the select board with Chris, could you imagine every month how much they dread this meeting? I mean, they must just dread it because it's a shit show every month. And it's always because of him. Like, no one's ever going to make it easy for him again. You can write that down. Also, they didn't anticipate Eric as being made available. I'm not sure what this is a response to. I could guess. And also, by the way, when you're drunk, right? When you're drunk. Marcia Smith writes, Caitlin rode to Fairview with her mom. They all went to the waterfall. Tristan went home to sleep. Yep, that's right. The question is, that's true. That's what happened. But Caitlin says, and her mom, Nicole, actually Julie Albert picks Nicole and Caitlin up. But the question is, why do Caitlin and Nicole have to lie about the fact that Caitlin actually was in the car with Tristan on the way there? Because what the two of them say, which is not true, because Tristan tells us it's not true, is that she was in Easton with Tristan. They together drive to the waterfall. He leaves her there. He goes home because he's got to get ready to plow at 2 a.m. And then she goes back to 34 Fairview with her parents, though she takes an issue with the fact that it was to celebrate her brother's birthday, which is an odd thing to take issue with. But it's like the one thing she has an issue with as she's testifying, because Lally tries to insinuate that like she wanted to spend the birthday night with her brother. And she's like, no, no, I don't really care about that. It's like on a couple of, it's a weird, they're just so weird. Yeah. So it's bizarre though, because Caitlin must have had her car there. So that's kind of the thing. Like Caitlin must have had her car at the house because she was actually there, separate and apart from Tristan, and he didn't drive her in. So she must have been there on her own, and she had a Jeep Cherokee, a white Jeep Cherokee. Now, Tristan tells us that that's the car that he drove to 34 Fairview to pick her up and take her home because remember, she's high maintenance. So that's why he came and got her, because she was like, come get me, and she's high maintenance. I just don't believe that's that story. I question whether Tristan was there at all and whether or not she didn't just immediately grab the dog and take the dog in her car, which was already there, out of there. And the reason I say that is because she would have been the only person that could have gotten Chloe off the premises. And let's be honest, Chloe's not on the premises that morning. It's just fundamentally not possible. Okay, it's not possible. It's fundamentally not possible. On the body cam, you would have heard a dog. Everybody would have talked about hearing dogs. Everybody would have talked about seeing a dog. And the fact that nobody anywhere ever hears, sees, smells, makes any note of a dog, despite the fact that the cavalry is on their very small front lawn, which overlooks the bedroom where the dog is alleged to be, according to the Alberts, which we know isn't true. And even Jennifer McCabe can't lie well about. Like, even she admits the dog isn't in there. So the dog is not on the property. And the only person that could have actually taken that dog, because it was a dangerous dog, and there's no way Brian Albert is giving that dog to like some stranger to just take out of the house. It would have had to have been Caitlin. She must have taken the dog. She's the only person that could have done it. So I question whether or not Tristan ever even shows up at all at this point. I don't think there's any need for Tristan. I think it's just a story to account for the fact that the white Jeep is how she got home, I guess. I don't know. It's so stupid. Yeah, I know, right, Ben? It's a good question. Well, I mean, we saw the campaign. We saw some of his campaign. Like, he did like fun. I'll tell you why. Chris spends all day, every day, right in the middle of the Canton Town Center in his pizza shop. And so, if for those of you that have never been in Chris Albert's pizza shop, it's a little personal for me because I grew up in a sports family. Now, if you live in New York or Boston and you have a sports family, it's not the same probably as it is in like, I don't know, some other place. Because like in my sports family, so my father is was a sports radio talk show host and now is a retired podcaster, but like sports is like breathing to these people. I mean, it is like, it's before your children, it's before your wife. Like when I got married, the only time I've ever been married, it had to be there's only one weekend out of the year when there's really no sports of the big four professional sports in the US. And it's in February. It's after the Super Bowl, and either right after or right before the hockey all-star break. That's the week I got married because my father would not have been at my wedding if it was like during the football season. So all of that to say, like, sports is like, it's really important. And so, I walked into Chris Albert's pizza shop, and the first thing I noticed was like the sports talk show radio people that I know because of my affiliation with the New York sports version of the same thing. Here it's WFAN, there it's WEEI. And actually the two stations interface during rivalries, like if the Red Sox and the Yankees are playing, or if the Red Sox and the Mets were playing in a postseason game, or the Jets and the Patriots were playing in a big matchup. The two radio stations interface. And the point is, it's a very familiar place. And you can see, like, he's there all the time hanging out. My guess is he's very friendly. He talks to everyone. He has lots of friends and associates that he knows just from being square in the center of Canton. He's got 6 brothers. 2 of them are cops, right? Canton, local guys. Both of them are cops. Chris Albert is like the most popular guy on the Canton police force. You know who Brian Albert is. We don't need to go over that, right? Like, his family goes back God knows how many times, people over. The family all goes out and drinks. Each of them have how many kids how many nieces and how many nephews. I mean, it's like he knows a ton of people. So the question you really have to ask is like, who runs for town select board? Do you know anybody who runs for the town select board? Now, I don't live in a town, so it's a little different for me, but I think the thing is like, are any of us really paying attention to this shit? Are we even paying attention to the people that we're voting into these positions? Yeah, I think that's the question. It's crazy. Just crazy. I just saw something else. I was trying to find it. Hold on. Here it is. Kit Gracie, dyslexic angel, sends $9.99 and says Allie's story about dropping the stray dog off at the police and her life 360, saying she was near the high school after both her and Colin were supposed to be home, makes me think it's them. Well, certainly she has some, involvement, right? I mean, she definitely picked him up, it appears, and drove him around. I mean, it's hard, okay. Sure. Do I believe that if your phone is not connected to the wireless, that it's less accurate in terms of like the Find My Phone app and anything that syncs with the GPS? My daughter has an app similar, she's 12. So sure. But it doesn't invent trips, right? Like the Life 360 doesn't just manufacture fake driving around at odd times in the middle of the night. That's the thing about the story. And here's another thing. According to Michael Proctor, the lead investigator on into the death of John O'Keefe, he didn't even know there was a Life 360 report from Allie McCabe. Never looked at Jennifer McCabe's Cellbrite report and never looked at the Life 360 to determine whether it was accurate. Never. And people apparently had told him that there were certain video camera opportunities in different places around town that could have helped to verify some of these things. Did he go get the video? If he did, we never found out about it. So, and I've heard other people say that they actually went around telling homeowners not to give the cops their cameras, that the McAlberts, I don't know if that's true or not, but I've heard it. That people in the neighborhood, that they were going around saying, if the cops come, don't give them your ring footage. It's hard to believe that because it's like, God, if somebody came to your house and said that, what would be the first thing you would do? If somebody came to my house and said, don't give the cops your ring camera footage, I'd probably like call the cops and be like, here's the ring camera footage that they just told me not to give you. It's a weird request, right? But yeah, I don't know. You got, I mean, it's endless. Like, this is why I like when we get together and we try to kind of piece the pieces together because, there's a lot of questions. Sherry says, do you have oh, yes, I do. I very rarely use it, but I do. I think it's the same as I think it's SBIDBH, right? Is that what it is? Wait, let me look. I love Twitter for news. When I was working in radio years ago as a producer, they made us use like the first iteration of Twitter. It was a long time ago. And it's like where news breaks. So I like Twitter for that. And so I don't ever really go on it, but if you want to share stuff with me, yeah, it is definitely an awesome place to exchange information, for sure. Yeah, I don't know if like my internet like went down because now my phone isn't working either. It's so weird. I think it is SBIDBH. I think that's the handle. Hold on. Oh, no, I was wrong. Okay, I'm going to put it in the... Can I do that? So my handle is, I'll put it in the chat just in case anybody wants it. But it is at... This is how little I use it. I don't even know my own handle. IDBH -FKR. I'm actually probably going to change that. But that is what it is right now. Perfect. You know, like I kind of hid myself a little bit because it's a long story. It has to do with my like residency and internship and stuff. That's why it's not my own name that you're going to find. Because I have to do these, you know, professional things and it's a cluster F. Pro Gamer sends $20 and says, "Hi, WTF happened in Norfolk County today? I hope it can be explained. Weird warrants, prosecution has no coherence, shameless judging, blatant gaslighting. It's outrageous and ugly. They're all complicit in corruption. Thanks." Well, we spent a lot of time talking about this today. And what happened? What did happen? What happened is that they found a way to, it appears that, I mean, Judge Krupp has not made a final decision, but the Commonwealth is trying to get an independent taint team to come in and essentially comb through Karen Read's 2 cell phones that they confiscated in January of 2024 to try to manufacture evidence of a crime. Not really any particular crime, just any crime. And Judge Krupp apparently doesn't see it, doesn't care. He originally approved the confiscation of those 2 phones in January of 2024. I'm not sure if for that reason he doesn't see the ways in which this is unjust. But it appears that he does not. And although he did not make a ruling yet, from where it was left today, it does appear like he's going to allow this absolute absurdity to occur. For what reason? It's hard to even know. It's hard to explain. I don't even know that we know. And not only that, what makes it even worse is Cosgrove is the one who's asking for this, but he can't stay on this case because of Lindsay Gattani, and they don't have anybody to take the case over, which is a real problem for the prosecution, right? I mean, they need somebody to prosecute the case, and I don't know who's going to do it. It's probably not going to be Cosgrove, though, right? And when they brought that up, when Bradel brought that up to the judge really didn't want to hear it. You know, he kind of blew it off until Bradel realized or mentioned that Cosgrove had already recused himself from the other matter. And then for a second, Krupp was like, oh, maybe this is a little important. And, you know, so I don't know. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for Karen. That's the truth. Well, that's Sherry. My last Twitter post was, no, I think that's probably my old Twitter. I think you're probably looking at an old Twitter. Because I did have Twitter like a long time ago, but this one is newer, like way newer. But yeah, you're right. Like my personal Twitter, I don't even know if it's still like, if I even have a way to get on it, to be honest. Yeah. But yeah, listen, I do. It's the only other social media that I kind of use. I mean, I kind of use Facebook, but more for like family and friends. Because you know what? Like there's a lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff breaks on Twitter, right? Like stories and stuff. So it's definitely worth having and checking out. And I get a lot of good documents from these different cases. People like load up the documents. It's really helpful. So it's more helpful than anything else. All right, you guys, I should probably go to sleep. I have to get up at really, really early with my 12-year-old to make sure that she gets up and gets herself to school in the morning. So it has been lovely spending time with you. I thank you guys, every one of you. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate your support, and I appreciate you hanging out with me. It just makes days like today where I'm listening to this case and I'm thinking, we're not like, how is any of this happening? It just makes it a little bit easier to tolerate, right? Because I know I can come here and I can hang out with you guys, and like, there are other people in the world who see what I see and don't like, I'm not the only one. That's like the best way I can explain it. And with this stuff, it's like, it's just so, the injustice is insane. But like I said earlier, look, maybe the silver lining here is that this will help Karen Reid's civil cases, because this is a fishing expedition. And I will tell you this, like, it's one thing to have Bradel say that, or Busang, or any of us. But then when I hear, like, you know, the lawyer you know's dad say it, I'm like, oh, okay, well, this is somebody who's got nothing to do with any of this, who has had a very long and storied career in his own right in a state far, far away, who's observing from afar, and he too believes that this is both a fishing expedition and that it's about revenge. Because that's the other thing. Both he and Bradel said that. Fishing and revenge. And I'm like, oh, I wouldn't have thought revenge as much as desperation. To me, this is another doubling down, desperation, typical move that the Commonwealth seems to just keep doing, the same kind of garbage that they just keep doing over and over and over again. You know, who cares how much it costs? Just keep doubling down. Who cares if there's no evidence? Just keep doubling down. Eventually, we'll find some reason to, convict them. It's absurd. All of it is absurd. And the fact that, like, there's even still a judge on Aidan's case after the mega motion. I mean, if they continue that case if we ever get these motions actually heard, I don't know how any judge, after reading that mega motion, lets this keep going. I mean, it's like criminal. I honestly, this is something I would love to know. I would love to sit down with an attorney and ask that very question. How is what the Commonwealth did in the Aidan Kearney case, how is that legal? How is that not a crime? Right? That's like falsifying evidence for the grand jury, deliberately with the intent to arrest an innocent person who also happens to be screaming and yelling about you, right? The very people that arrested him are the ones he's screaming and yelling about. How is that not a crime? That seems like a crime to me. All right. Anyway, on that note, you guys, everyone enjoy the rest of your early morning Thursday. And I will see you next week. And if nothing happens, but something will, but if nothing does, then next Wednesday, we will be talking about Brian Albert. We will be reviewing Brian Albert if nothing comes up between now and then. All right, you guys have a beautiful night. Thank you all so, so much for your support. Thank you, Denise, for being the best moderator the world has ever known. You guys are the best. I love you all. Bye, everybody. Bye. Everyone have a beautiful night.